Yeah. I love that. Like, so I mean, like, we're gonna. That's gonna be nice. Yes. Like, so we have some options that we're, throwing around here. I decided to include you in my, do this with every council.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Get back up. Listen, that's a story of my life.
Mayor, do you want Eric to sing for the next 5 minutes before the house?
Just for the next one.
Entertain.
That I'd love to sing.
Someday.
Someday.
Karaoke, really good karaoke.
Oh, really?
Here's the next step. Yeah.
Yeah, she's individual.
So good. What did you do?
So you're nice. Great. Have a seat.
No, I didn't. Yeah. No, she looks great. Little blonde too. It's really good.
Yeah, let's do that. Sure. Yeah. Do that.
Is he here? Oh, thank God. Yeah. Great. Okay. That's his usual spot. Yes.
You're gonna handle the seats.
I know. You're saying that we need more seats?
No, I said, I was gonna sit in the audience.
Oh, I know.
They said, sit here,
Oh,
and
definitely.
now there's, because all the seats are.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're good. People can sit down.
There's no like fire ordinance that says people can't stand here.
Just a reminder. Let's do the best.
Yeah.
On this then. Who's that? Hi.
No. Actually, they're actually doing you gotta bring, it's me, it sounds like work.
No, I did see that.
It's just.
Wait for Greg. Here's the mission. I feel like we need. Sorry.
You try to reach a great candidate, just to check his status.
No, no worse.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I had some help.
I just realized.
Yeah.
Just realized that those two CDs are on the same thing.
Yeah.
I thought they were. That's half the amount of people.
Erica. Any?
I just got to see that.
I didn't know if you.
Nope, not yet. It literally just hit send, so.
Hey, you guys might have to change the meeting time.
We just saw that. There you go. It's
Huh?
on the way. It's on for 18. It says it's moving very slow. So it should be here by 4:39. Oh, 4:39? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Wait.
You have to wait.
I really don't have to, but
Yeah.
given what's going on, it's probably best if he's here.
Good evening, everyone. Our borough attorney is running a few minutes late, so we'll probably commence the meeting in about 5 to 10 minutes, so. Remain comfortable, and my apologies, we just want to make sure. I can imagine what a number of your questions are, and our attorney is very likely to want to be involved in helping provide answers, so. Give us a few minutes and hopefully he'll be here soon. And there are two open seats up front if anyone cares to sit up front.
Nobody's sitting? There's one of.
There is one open seat.
It's gonna get hot.
No. One path that Sheridan.
All good.
Like parts places like city. That's always part there. Part of this time.
So all the artists, Mary Ann got her first acting.
Stop.
Yeah, a short film. She was up in North Jersey. It was a real stretch. She had to play a businesswoman. But she thought she was gonna be in the background,
Yeah,
just like baking coffee.
yeah.
But she actually had some lines. They gave her some lines and they asked her to come back to do a dinner scene. She is like over the moon. You know, well, you know what her goal was this.
Yeah.
To be a dead body in it.
Oh, I got called to do that.
You did? You did dead body?
But it was like Christmas week. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's like walking in air right
You
now.
did like, I could trouble.
Yeah? How would he give you a call? That's how would he give you a call? Yeah, she got her headshots and everything. I don't think she was a SAG.
Yeah. No,
No,
no.
no.
You have to get 3 waivers for that. I have a speaking for it and for SAG.
Yeah. Hey, she doesn't want to speak. It's supposed to be Dave.
Yeah, you got it. You can do that.
Yeah, she doesn't study any lines. I know.
Right?
It's great,
That's his
right?
job.
Great. How you guys doing?
I'm glad you did.
Oh, I know. I know. I was surprised. People responded all that. Right. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, it'll be fun. Where I live before.
Yeah. He knows that you're gonna reach out to her.
Yeah. I owe those, I've been promising those guys a pizza lunch for a while, so maybe I'll just combine the two. I'll set up a date with them like sometime before the holidays, because they do such a good job. You know, got my solar in today. Got solar on the roof today. Yeah, we put a 12 kW system on it one day.
On my way to work.
It's south.
Everything. We want nothing. No, I didn't either.
Yeah. No, no, I know, I know, I did a shed.
Yeah.
I did a shed room. And I had sat.
Oh, that's fine.
So we had the old pave, right, an old pave. So I just put the second floor on and then did a single pitch 3 on 12.
Wait around.
I sell some. I'll probably get something down for hours a week. Well, we just put in. So we put in a heat pump, well, before we got this, yeah, not water fires. More electricity than we use. Efficiently. And it's a space that radiators are being set. And they said you can't use it because you spray foam the rest of the house. So we took those out. We had new radiators, almost as much as right. It's 100. Just for the radiators. So we use stainless steel radiators. Here, yeah, we can get the cast iron, doesn't work. I can never even have that. So I be. That's a good thing. I guess I was gonna be there. Yeah.
Oh,
My kitchen. Right, so I was not elected. Where is this thing off? Yeah, I used to go out for hot water and do something again.
Right.
Just saying that I got the county. And I got some of this.
Yeah.
The towns. I don't want to break the wires.
Oh, okay.
ladies and gentlemen, just as an update. Just a quick update, our attorney is now minutes away, he was stuck in traffic. Just a few folks have come in the room, we're waiting to start the meeting, so. Appreciate your patience and we'll be underway soon.
Yes, yeah, hip roofs are not very good. I used to sell solar.
Then you can't, you have to put yourself down.
Yeah, and they're all weird shapes.
Oh, yeah.
No, this was totally flat. You know, I mean, there was one pipe. And, you know, yeah, we have to be cars that it. Yeah, probably what I had. Nice. Right. I never know. We go up to the outline. We stop at Woodbury. We stop at Woodbury. We charge the car and.
Gallery.
Coffee. Technically, I had to get up there and but it would have to be a shoulder seat with no air, no heat.
Weather.
So over all the rest of it. Yeah, and they're chargers. All high speed. And it's even better, because I hate Starbucks. They have a coffee machine. Oh, I know. It's so good.
Yeah.
Cappuccino tastes just as good as Starbucks. I got on the machine, I'm like. I'm like, there's no way this is gonna be good. And it's like, oh, it's like Starbucks to me. Right.
Yeah. It makes me.
Well, it's, you know, great to be late. I could, you know, I'll get what. Boxes of Joe. A lot of straws.
I got a new straw.
I see that.
So you don't suffer as much.
You know, it looks like a pipe. The tip looks like an old pipe thing.
It's punch it, and build up why.
Starts talking real fast. Yeah. Got a triple shot there. Yeah.
Right. Call this meeting to order. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Coast Star, and the New Coaster on December the 19th of 2024. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the municipal clerk. Please be advised, public attendance for meetings through Zoom is a courtesy only. If for any reason Zoom fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue without interruption and action can and will be taken providing there is an in-person council quorum. Mr. Noble?
Here.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Here.
Mr. Nowicki?
here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Gubitosi?
Here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to see such public participation.
Sure, you say that now.
We typically have 10 or 15 folks, which we welcome. So this is wonderful to see so many faces. As many of you are aware, we, the Borough of Bradley Beach, normally hold two council business meetings a month, January through October. November is usually one meeting. December is usually one meeting. This is a special meeting. Will be our second meeting for November. And we've set that up for a couple of reasons. And that's why it's an odd time, 4:30. There are a couple unusual rules I'll just take you through really quick. But a special meeting is intended to be fairly narrowly focused. So we don't do broad business work in such a special meeting. We do have one bond ordinance that we're going to introduce tonight. On any ordinance introduction, there is no public comment. You have public comment on ordinances that are amendments that are being adopted. We do have two ordinances that are up for adoption, and for both of those, the public will be allowed 5 minutes each to comment, up to 5 minutes each to comment on each of those ordinances that we'll look to adopt. Normally, we have mayor and council reports at the end of a normal business meeting. We will not have those tonight. And normally, we offer two opportunities outside of the ordinance adoptions. We offer two opportunities for public comment. One up front, the one up front you'll hear about more in a second. That is open to items specific to tonight's agenda. Usually at the end of the meeting, we have a second opportunity for public comment to ask questions or make comments about anything, period, outside of the agenda as well. We will not have that second public comment opportunity. So if any of you want to talk about any other issues that are not on the agenda, you can save yourself some time and come back at our next meeting in December, because you won't have that opportunity to talk to them. However, if it's on the agenda, you're welcome to add comments, questions, whatever you might have. So with that said, I'm going to move on with the agenda items. We've completed roll call, so we're moving to item 5 on the agenda, public comments and questions on agenda items only. And as I mentioned moments ago, up to 5 minutes. And then at that point, a little bell will go off and we will ask you to complete your comments. And keep in mind, you will separately have an opportunity to discuss or ask comments or questions about either of the two ordinances that we're going to adopt. So with that said, let's open it up to the public just for any comments about tonight's agenda. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Tia Din, and I am a non-resident beach locker renter here to raise several concerns regarding the proposed ordinance. I'm here today because I did not receive notice of this ordinance until Friday, November 21st. I did not receive prior notice despite how my interests will be affected by passage of this ordinance. My family had to wait several years for a beach locker, so I understand the frustration that residents of Bradley have expressed. But passing this ordinance is not the right way to resolve this issue. The mayor indicated that he has always believed the public trust doctrine to apply here, and that understanding was absolutely correct. The public trust doctrine stands for the idea that the municipality does not own the beaches. Rather, the municipality owns the land in trust for the common public. Under this doctrine, the general public has a guaranteed right to reasonable access to the trust lands, to include recreational uses and accessibility beyond the foreshore to the beaches and the upper dry sand areas. I ask you to revisit your analysis on whether the public trust doctrine applies here because I truly believe it does. In fact, I believe it applies in multiple ways. First, the beach lockers themselves are physically placed directly on sandy beach areas that are used for recreational activities, such as beach volleyball. By physically placing these lockers on this area, you are taking up prime real estate belonging to the general public. If you limit the usage of this space, it is no different than roping off a portion of the beach and saying it is for use by residents only. As you know, Allenhurst cannot limit their membership of their beach club to residents only. It's open to both residents and non-residents. It's the law that the borough cannot set aside part of the dry sand beach for use by residents only. Another issue is that the public trust doctrine requires that beach utilities funding and township general funding are accounted for separately. Beachfront revenues can only be used for beachfront related expenditures. The municipality is not permitted to use beachfront revenues to pay for general township expenses. The law is that the municipality cannot operate the beach area as though it were a business for the sole benefit of the municipality's taxpayers. These beach lockers were built and maintained using beach utilities funding. I have not heard discussions on whether the general fund will be compensating the beach utility funds for all 450 lockers that are being converted. The lockers are property or assets that belong to beach funding, and by moving the property to the general fund, you convert beach funded assets into general funding assets. If you do not properly compensate the beach utilities fund, that will be a misappropriation of beach utility funding for the sole benefit of Bradley taxpayers. This is similar to charging for beach parking and using those revenues to pay for general funding items. That is what Belmar did, and they got into a lot of trouble for doing that. Further, I believe one council member noted that CAFRA approval must be sought to place these lockers on the sand. I'd like to know if the borough has reached out to DEP to review this issue to determine if there are any public access requirements the borough has as a result of any permit approvals. I've reached out to DEP for inquiry. If the borough has not done so, I would request that council hold off on adopting this ordinance tonight and have someone contact DEP. There are two questions that I think that are being confused here. The first seems to be the question whether you're required to provide beach lockers. The answer to that is no, you're not required to provide beach lockers. But that's not the question here because Bradley does in fact provide beach lockers. The issue here is since Bradley provides beach lockers and you use a public space to house those lockers, is the borough permitted to discriminate between who can use those lockers? The answer is you cannot. Equal access is fundamental to the principles of the public trust doctrine. While the borough is not required to provide amenities when it decides to provide them, discrimination based on residency is not permitted. Finally, if this ordinance is passed, I believe the borough will be in breach of the contract that the borough has with all of the renters you're seeking to eject. There is a two-fee structure of the beach lockers. The initial fee is substantially higher, and Councilman Nowicki noted that this initial fee is used to construct the locker. The mayor referred to this as a buy-in. With this buy-in, renters all have a property interest in the lockers, and under the terms of the contract with the borough, the renters are specifically given a right of first refusal to renew the lease of the locker every year. By passing this ordinance, the borough is not only breaching its end of the bargain and violating the terms of the contract, it is also stripping ownership rights of the renters. Although it was mentioned previously that renters would receive their buy-in money back, that has since been stripped away by the proposed ordinance. It is my understanding that this council is relying on other towns doing this to justify what you're doing here. I question whether you consider distinctions between what you do here and what goes on there. For instance, are those lockers standalone or are they an amenity provided as part of a beach club? Where are those lockers located? And did they use general funding or beach utility funding to pay for their lockers? These are all questions that were not publicly considered in your prior meetings. Just because the other towns are doing it does not make it right, nor will it guarantee that the town will win in the event of a lawsuit. I conclude with a request that the council reconsider this ordinance and go back to do some further research and analysis. There are better ways to resolve this problem, and this is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
So number one, thank you very much. Very succinct. And in a minute, I'm gonna ask, because I imagine many of you will raise similar issues. I'm gonna ask our attorney, Mr. Greg Cannon, to speak to some of the points you raised. I will ask a couple things. One is, I understand you're very impassioned about this issue. I 100% understand. I'm still gonna ask you to refrain from applauding or booing. You can shake hands and pat folks on the back if you would, but try to maintain the decorum just for our proceedings tonight. And John, you start to say something?
Yeah, just what's your address? We actually ask people to say their address. And I would say it's emphasizing this for everybody. If you haven't done this before, just say your name and address.
My name is Tia Jin. I'm at 147 Cookman in Ocean Grove. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, great. So again, many of you may have similar comments, like, but Mr. Cannon, just to address some of the issues that this very eloquent speaker made, can you provide an overview of why you believe we are acting within the law? And
Well, I mean, very simply, the speaker, forgive me, I forgot to get published, but the speaker did a very eloquent job of explaining the beach access rules and what the public trust doctrine is. The courts have held that parking and bathrooms, which were two specific items that were noted by the speaker, are necessary amenities, or things that relate directly to beach access. So obviously, beach badges are highly regulated. Only certain discounts you can provide, certain rates you can provide, right? Parking is a more recent example of a court case that came down, that they were not allowed to discriminate in parking fees, also in the Belmar case. And then bathrooms, the notion is that the bathrooms are available, they need to be available to everyone because it's a amenity that's required as public health and other considerations. Those court cases have not been extended to other amenities. You heard the word beach club. There's a number of beach clubs that are resident only, right? And these lockers are an amenity provided by the town. So it's a double-edged sword, right? So that's the public policy behind beach access and open and equal access to everyone at the beach, notwithstanding it's controlled by a certain group of people in certain areas, aka the residents who govern and are given municipal control of the beach. The other side of that is, when the courts have recognized this in the cases that were the case law, the principles that were being espoused there. If you require a municipality to provide every single amenity that they have at the beach to every single person that goes to the beach, then that will naturally result in municipalities providing fewer amenities and a worse beach. And so the courts have specifically not extended the public trust doctrine to anything at this moment beyond parking and bathrooms. And so the other amenities, and without getting into the very detailed nuance, or there's contract law cited there too. I'm sure that, I'm not sure that that's been fully considered in the moment. But with respect to the public trust doctrine, the court has not extended it to beach lockers or every single amenity at the beach. That's not how the case law is developed. And sitting here as of today, it is permissible to do the ordinance. It's my opinion that it's legal. And you can look to surrounding towns that have functionally the exact same ordinance. There's 5 of them within 10 miles that do exactly what you guys is on the table to be done tonight. So, in that respect, I'm comfortable. That being said, may the court extend it to beach lockers tomorrow or the next day or in the future. The public trust doctrine, as was espoused by the speaker, has been continually extended to include things other than just your traditional paid right to actually access the beach. You heard dry sand. There's been a difference between the mean tide line and sand and what the public actually is responsible for. And all those little nuances, could these nuances change to include beach lockers in the future? Yes, I can't guarantee you that. And I don't think any attorney can really guarantee you of anything. That's our business, I think. But that's where we're at today. And it's a policy decision at its core. I think it is legal, whether it's advisable, or whether there are other contract considerations that come into play as well for people who paid money and things for a right that's being rescinded. Those are separate questions. But the public trust doctrine, I'm comfortable sitting here today that the court has not extended it to amenities. And like I said, the back side of that sword is if it gives everybody, then naturally the kayak rentals will go away. We have a surf camp here, right? So if we have to provide it to everyone at the same price, then that's going to stop a lot of beach amenities. And the courts have recognized that, and the cases are specifically limited to those bathrooms and parking at the moment. Are the two largest ones of public concern, particularly in the recent disputes. But these disputes are virtually annual and perennial, just like the summer season. So like I said, you know, when this is, it's a policy decision for you guys, what you want to do.
So, and the speaker raised a few other quick questions I just want to address around finance. The current lockers that exist have not been funded with beach utility funds. They've been privately contracted with folks in the borough and outside of the borough. But they have not been blended in any way. They've been very specifically segregated from other beach utility revenues. And costs, as many of you know, and I'll say this for the record for everybody else, costs within the borough of Bradley Beach to maintain these lockers, rebuild them, repair them, purchase new ones, are also assigned to the beach utility. I've already talked with our CFO. If we were to move forward tonight with this, we would have to take all of that activity, the revenue and the costs out of the beach utility funding, financing, and move it into the current fund. So just to try to address some of the points you made. I think what you're going to find, and I don't want to curtail any of this conversation, but what you're going to find is this group sitting here, we are not the legal experts. So you can make your arguments, and Mr. Cannon will certainly take them all into account. But we are being told that this is something that is our decision, that favoring residents over non-residents is not is allowed, is not prohibited under the public trust doctrine. So if that is in fact the legal status, what the rest of us are doing here tonight is just determining, knowing that as a fact, what is in the best interest of Bradley Beach residents. So I know that sounds harsh. We serve Bradley Beach residents. I'm speaking really for myself. That's the crux of the decision for me. It's not about what's fair, what's right, it's what, in my opinion, I'm a mayor, but whether it's mayor or council, we serve Bradley Beach. So just understand, if you want to make legal arguments, we're going to have to deal with Mr. Cannon. Other questions about finance, by all means, I'll do my best to answer them. So with that said, sir, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry I stood up in front of everybody.
No, that's fine.
Since we're on beach lockers, mine was short and sweet, not that I won't stay and listen to everybody else. But mine is less technical, but main address.
Can I,
Yeah,
I'll take care of that.
Okay. My name is Robert Oakes. I live at 62 Clark Avenue, Ocean
Thank you.
Grove. And I sat in the classroom the other day, I had a little break in the action, and I came up with this. Again, my name is Robert Oakes. Me and my entire large family have been coming to Kent Avenue Beach for 60 years now. We still have the same lifeguard, who now is a captain on our beach. My son grew up on this beach, as now my 3-year-old grandson does. We love this family-oriented beach and have met many friends and acquaintances. One of my yearly Christmas gifts is to buy beach badges for everyone in my immediate family. I have 4 older sisters who come with their children and their children's children. The beach locker has been a blessing since day one it was established. I've had one at least from the very first year it was offered. I was able to fit 7 chairs and 4 beach umbrellas in the locker. With a 3-year-old and 4 sisters in their late 70s and early 80s, it made it possible for all of us to get together. Much easier than trying to cart all this stuff down there. Like when my son was young, I was like a donkey carrying all the stuff down. But I request that there could be a grandfather clause where we could continue to lease and you build new ones for residents as well. Along with this proposal, no new lockers will be issued to non-residents from this point on. Worst case scenario, I would like to take advantage. I think there's a 1-year extension of the current renters adoption in this proposal. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments or questions? Mr. Cohen.
Being that this is the agenda for our mayor, I just had a question about the bond ordinance. Apparently, it looks like you're rejecting the bids tonight for the bathrooms and.
As you're possibly aware, we had an earlier bond ordinance for $500,000. We anticipated the bids for the construction would be well below that.
Mhm.
And in fact, the low bid was $632,000 more than we had bonded for. So this is an amendment to the earlier bond ordinance increasing our ability to borrow to conduct the.
And then based on that, the loss of time, will it be open for the summer, do you think?
Uh, we're gonna make sure we do everything in our power to not interrupt the summer beach activity. The hope is, depending on how bids come through and how weather cooperates, we'll have phases to construction. We have to fill in some cellars or vaults. I'm looking at our engineer. And we can do that. It's underground work first. That also requires removing, pipes and materials. At a minimum, we can get that done during the winter months. Then the question is the conversion to bathrooms. If we can't get that done before Memorial Day, we'll probably put that off. My hope is we'll be able to do it before Memorial Day.
Okay, and then the authorizations for the sale of the lots, I only see 3, is there? 4?
One is already closed
Oh, okay.
and those 3 remain open at this
When
point.
you anticipate that to be this calendar year?
Mr. Cannon, yes, we do. And Greg, what's your timing at this point?
I'm hoping within the next 2 weeks. So I'm hoping to get, I have 2 lined up for early the week after Thanksgiving. And I had 1 that I thought was gonna post tomorrow. If I can get connected to the internet here, I can see what emails arrived in the last couple hours. But it's when it's driving here.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Bill Kelly of 99 Steiner Avenue in Neptune City. And I've been, full disclosure, I've been on the waiting list 3 years. This is about lockers. So I'll start by saying, I totally get it, right? I understand the challenging position you're in. If I was a Bradley Beach resident, I would want a locker. So I totally get that. I guess my question, and maybe you guys have already done the due diligence on this, is instead of the proposition being exclusive, restrictive, meaning just putting the arms around who can have it, has it been thought and consideration given to expanding it, where towns like Bradley Beach and others are always dying to get more revenue and not raise taxes? So has there been consideration given to allowing people that are on the waiting list that are outside Neptune City, outside Bradley, and have lockers that are outside Bradley, to remain and adding more lockers and charging more money for residents that are not part of Bradley Beach? Has that been considered and thought through?
Yes, the quick answer, and by the way, you're about the 1,000th person who's asked that question.
Okay, so sorry.
No, not at all. It's such an obvious question. If
Right.
anyone else, I imagine everyone else is probably thinking that. I asked this question before I was on the council 5 or 6 years ago.
Right.
Our Bradley Beach's challenge is we have some additional space on the beach itself, on the,
So winter
that little
storage,
area.
I've done some research.
It
So winter
is.
storage is the challenge, right?
It's
Now,
winter
all 500, there's 500 lockers today? All
550.
those 500 lockers are in that parking lot on Ocean and Kent?
Yes,
So the challenge is not on the beach, right? The challenge is the winter storage. And to really annoy a lot of residents that come to this town and spend money, not residents. We can't, the issue is, and I'm not being sarcastic, the issue is not being able to find a place to put another 300 lockers in the winter. That's the challenge.
that is the challenge. And by the way, again, we had to decide before we entered the season where we're selling beach badges and everything.
Sure.
But we are still exploring, are there properties that we could rent outside of Bradley Beach? And to make it cost effective, but yes, as simple as it sounds,
Okay.
that's our challenge right now, that we don't have the
And
property.
there's 500 lockers and 300 people or so on the waiting list.
Yeah.
Right? So. I'm just spitballing here, in the, outside the parking lot on Ocean Avenue. That same amount of space, why couldn't we cordon that off? And it's not gonna be used a lot in the winter, why can't lockers be put there?
But you don't live there.
Yeah,
You don't live there. I live there. I look at.
Okay, all right, right, so really comes
Yeah,
down to
no.
winter storage.
yeah, I
Winter
mean,
storage
if
is the
people
problem.
have thoughts and ideas, we're talking to other municipalities, can we rent space there? And can we rent it, economically, so
Right.
it's not costing the borough money? But it's really not about trying to create more of a profit. Historically, this has been merged with the beach utility.
Right.
It doesn't help
Right.
our residents'
Pays for total
taxes.
cost, right? There's no real
Yeah.
profit involved, right? So
We
to
try
that
to price
point, do we know how many non-residents are currently have lockers and how many are on the waiting list approximately?
we know approximately, do not hold me to this because Bradley Beach hasn't always tracked that because it didn't matter.
Right.
But roughly, we estimate that there could be, out of 500+ lockers, there could be 200 folks that are outside Bradley.
Perfect, that was the number I used. So-
Okay.
So that was, so 20%, around 20%, right?
So
So,
around 40%, 20 out of 500.
oh, I was thinking of the 800, sorry, I was thinking of 500 plus the. plus
No, there's
the-
another 40% on the waiting list, I think. roughly.
Right, because I just did the math and like a non-resident myself, if I got called, I would pay $800. I would pay $800, right? I mean, there's literally people that were standing outside in the rain today.
Yeah.
To give money to the town. And towns are always looking for new revenue, and the challenge is we can't figure out a place to put 300 lockers in the all season.
That really is the challenge. I've spent hours for everybody's benefit, truly hours working with our DPW supervisor. There's all these logistical challenges about the use of heavy equipment and where you can't
Okay.
even drive on roadways. That really is our challenge at the moment.
I mean, that's, $200 times 200 more lockers, that's 40 grand that the town could use. Plus renewal
I
fee,
know.
make it $50 extra per person, non-residents for renewal fee, that's another $10,000.
Yeah.
It just seems like for all the bad will that's being created by this, as Mr. Weber pointed out, people that won't come to the town. It can raise revenue, it can make people happy. And we just need to figure out a way to store them.
That,
And I love this council, trust me, I love this council, Jane's a great neighbor, she lends me stuff, I love your ocean preservation stuff, I love seeing you at Illipo stuff. And I promise my Neptune City neighbors not to let Bradley Beach residents have to park 4 blocks away, in the restaurant. But kidding aside,
but
that's,
to your point, it's that simple. It really is that simple. We would love to provide lockers to all. We would love to have extra money in our coffers in Bradley Beach.
right,
It's truly not about the
Okay.
money. It's, if you come up with a good idea for storing these lockers that our DPW says they can use, they can move them on appropriate roadways with appropriate heavy equipment and all the issues that they face, it would be something I haven't heard before.
yeah,
And I-
okay, I mean, just.
Yeah.
Logistics, people move cars and vans and houses across the country, and to figure out that we can't figure out a way to put a couple hundred lockers somewhere in the off season.
Can I just add, Bradley is 0.6 of a square mile in size. We are a tiny town, probably the only size town immediately near us is Avon. So some of these other towns have much more space for storage.
Oh, yeah, so to that point, maybe I'm missing something, do they have to be stored on town property in the off season?
They don't have to be, we could rent space, but it takes up so much space. They can't be stacked.
Right, okay,
So you're taking a lot of space, and if someone wants to charge us $100,000 and we can earn 50,000, we've got to
okay,
find
so,
something.
thank you, so it comes down to the storage.
Yeah.
So I'm sure somebody's thinking, well, if we add the 300 people on the waiting list, the 500 more people are gonna want it. So some will see, I'd say stop people that are on the waiting list and let that happen, but, okay, so it's over, wow, it's just storage.
Anyone come up with good ideas, please let it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Consideration.
Just for Mayor, what's supposed to be the time limit on this discussion?
Yes, and I'll try to adhere to that better. People are asking questions that I think everybody else wants to hear answers to, so I'm talking. Normally I just let you talk, 5 minutes are up, you sit down. I'm trying to help the process by sharing. Yes, sir,
You pointing at me?
in the back, yeah.
All right, in a second here. Rebecca Kaplan, 409 Runway. I actually was gonna speak to the parking tonight, and I'm happy to come back and speak about that if it flows better in the meeting. But something, Mr. Mayor, you just said struck me. You said it's not about being fair, your primary concern is the residents of this town. That's true, but if I may, let's not forget, non-residents are enormously important to Bradley Beach. Main Street is nothing without non-residents. There are enough people in towns to sustain the fantastic Main Street that we have. Non-residents pour millions of dollars into our beaches. I'm sure there are non-residents in this room who spend way more money in the economy in Bradley Beach than I do sitting on my porch or sitting in my backyard. So yes, your primary responsibility is to the residents of this town, but your responsibility also is to make sure that we have open and happy communications with non-residents who continue coming to this town and giving us their money. and everything else. So thanks. I'll be back when traffic comes along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get to the folks on Zoom in a minute or two.
Hi, my name is Beth Zimmerman. 23 years ago, I retired. I just bought a house on Ocean Park Avenue and I've lived here full time since that.
Okay, thank you.
I've had a locker since they were offered. And I guess my only complaint, and it's kind of petty, but when I first got my locker, there were a handful. It was wonderful. You know, I had to walk 2 steps to my locker. Now that I'm 83, I had a stroke. I have to walk halfway down to the next beach to get to a locker. And I just think for the amount of taxes we pay, I love this town dearly. I sort of got here by accident, thank God, and I'm enjoying it intensely. But I think that we need to pay attention to the residents, to give them full value for what we pay in taxes. And, you know, that's just my opinion. Like I said, it gets harder and harder to walk to my locker the older I get, and particularly since I had a stroke. And I don't qualify. I don't want a handicap locker. I'm able to walk. But it's getting kind of ridiculous with the number of lockers out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you everyone for taking your time out to listen to this, controversial topic. I don't usually go onto Facebook very much and I'm like, oh my God. It's pretty wild, the comments that were there. To the last one.
I just need you to know the address.
Pardon me, Ann Gore,
Mhm.
840 4th Avenue, Neptune City.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was your name?
Ann, A-N-N, last name Gore, G-O-R-R.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I couldn't move. I moved to this area 6 years ago. Wanted to live in Bradley Beach. That was my focus, and couldn't find a home that I didn't have to buy at my rate and then raise it, right? So I did the next best thing. I went to live in the condos in Bradley Park, which is across the street. Memorial Avenue divides me, and that is what keeps me from me. But when I ask somebody, where do I live? I live in Bradley Beach. I live in Bradley. That's what I tell people. So Mayor, I took umbrage with your, it's not about what's fair, it's only about our people. I thought that was a little tough to hear, and I understand it. But to the last gentleman's conversation, I'm here 12 months out of the year. I rarely go anywhere else but patronize Bradley Beach, establishments. And I bring all my friends and neighbors and they're like, this is just such a lovely town. And so commerce is a huge part of your industry, and there runs that risk of what's fair and what's right. And I understand the need that the last woman said something is, I use my tax dollars. These are not tax dollars. The Bradley Beach lockers have nothing to do with your tax dollars. They're an option. And I would also say somebody ought to give an allowance to her. Like that ought to be, somebody ought to have a contact for her to be able to be placed closer rather than further down the beach. With or without the handicap, there have to be medical exceptions. But to me, I think what would be helpful would be if you could go back. I had to sign a contract. Those contracts, you have them all. They all say where people live. It would be very helpful to find out how many people actually are staying, instead of saying, I think it's 20, I think it's 15, I think it's that. But I moved here 6 years ago, knew I was staying in Bradley Beach, put my name on the locker wait list, and I'm on 4th Avenue after waiting for 3 years. Apparently on Facebook, people are saying they're waiting 10, 12, 15 years. I don't know that wait list is going to be any more helpful for them, because they're apparently on a beach that doesn't move. Like nobody's leaving those areas. So I feel very blessed that I bought a beach locker. Oftentimes I take my buggy and I walk the 8 blocks, but I am so blessed to be in this area. So as a local, I think you need to give some views to how you're going to handle this and not tick off everybody in the world, right? There's, I walk to all my restaurants. I'm very happy not going anywhere else. And I know that there's plenty of other people that are like me, not only in my own townhome community, but I know other people that have lived in other communities. So I really think, yes, your diligence is to your people, but your people are also the extended locals who are supporting your community. And if you can't
find it in your hearts to figure out a way or can't figure out, I'm happy. I do research and data analysis all day long. And I don't belong to your town, but I would be happy to help you do some diligence. If it meant that you could find some place to put those lockers for storage, there has to be a way to do that. And that way you'll be able to balance, you know, residents and non-residents. If it comes down to it and you can't see it to say, I'm gonna maybe charge a higher fee for people that are out of town, or I'm gonna keep it the same and get, you know, take people from both sides of the, all sides of the forum. Okay, if that's the way it goes, okay, I wouldn't be happy, but I would really ask, could we be grandfathered in? We've been here, we've got our notes, we got our stuff. I paid my $575 in 2023 to get on the list, and I pay my $200 or whatever, I think it's $200 a month, a year. Again, if you need to make a differential between residents and non-residents on the use of that facility, like the other gentleman said, I don't think people would be highly upset knowing that they can still keep a locker. I would like to find out how many on item B3 on your ordinance. It talks about how many people are renting lockers that are, you know, they have multiple properties and they have multiple lockers. I think that's something we should have done a long time ago. There should only be one person having a locker, not, you know, I own 5 homes and I'm going to get it for all 5. I think that's a very clear place to start right away. Even if you don't settle this discussion tonight, because I think with the number of people you have in this room, I don't think you can make your decision tonight. If you can, then the use of this meeting was futile, right? So to me, I'd like you to come back and tell us how many people live here, how many people don't live here, how many people had the B3 number. Come prepared with stats. People need stats. They need to know, what places have you looked at? How much money would it cost us to do those things? All of those things are ways that in a business world, we make decisions. We don't just come in and say, we feel this, or we can't do that. There has to be a way to get around this problem. And however you do that, I would ask that you not make a decision on adopting this ordinance tonight until you've done further due diligence. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. In the back. I'll get you done.
I'm not lying.
Hi, I'm Eileen Cohn. I'm from Tom's River in Ocean County. I am 60 years old. My parents had a house on McCabe. I'm born in May. They bought it in April. So for my entire life, we've been coming to Bradley Beach. My family sold their house maybe 20 years ago. Still to this day, the entire family comes to Bradley Beach. As soon as I can take off of work, I come then. But every weekend, we're here as an entire family, friends. Bradley Beach has been our life. I live in Ocean County. There's a ton of beaches there. And, you know, they're pretty popular. I want nothing to do with it. But when I read this, and I had the locker, it's on the waiting list, I want to say 10 years ago, waited 2 years, got lucky, got the locker. My mom is now 83. And when she comes to the beach herself, she's not, wherever she finds a parking spot, she's not lugging her chair and her lunch to the beach. It's very easy. It's right there. She'll sit right by the dunes and everybody will be happy. I can stay at work and know that she's safe. In regards to the lockers now, I understand you want to please the residents, but there's, on all the streets, there's a right side and a left side. Eventually get to all of the right side being residents, all of the left being non-residents. As you go through the list. I heard earlier, we paid double when we first got the locker and we are contracted in. The words were, you can have it for life as long as you pay it every year. Well, my life is not over. But it's telling, in this rule now, it's saying just because I no longer have a property in Bradley Beach, my life will change completely. I mean, I look forward to, I heard somebody say the Christmas presents for the badges. That's what we do. That's Bradley is our life. Reading that email, I don't want to say, let's just say it's very upsetting to everybody. So if it means the storage, which that was the first time I've heard that, can you leave them, they're on this side of the dunes, and repair them as you go down the block? So this way they're there. And I understand you have to repair them each year and take care of that. Can we add maybe a little to the left, to the right, like I've seen the shapes every year of where the lockers are changing. To get to the additional 300 that we need right now. Is one question. The other is, when I've heard this summer, I've heard 2027, I've heard a couple of times when this, if it passes, or when it will go into effect. I know my initial thought was Bradley would not have the same spot in my heart. So that's my questions.
So understand and, you know, and I respect the amount of time your family and your whole family history has devoted to Bradley Beach. Regarding the number of lockers, roughly there is space on, you know, where the existing lockers are. We could add more lockers. We've talked about this, myself and the DPW director, that we add, you know, to be safe, we could probably add 100 lockers, maybe 120, you know, that kind of range. So we would not get 300, but we could add lockers. Problem is, we can't store them. So it's gonna keep coming back. I'd be the first, I think I can speak for everyone on this. We would unanimously vote to add more lockers and charge more money if we could store them. So I know that sounds overly simplistic. That truly is the issue. So we do have some additional space on the beach, not enough for 300, but we could at least add 100 plus more if we had storage. And if we can find more storage, then we can add more lockers. But as I mentioned earlier, that's been a challenge over the past few weeks.
So some of the beaches have a little bit more space on this side of the dunes, and I understand what you're saying, but. You know, you can get pallets, laying down on the pallets and then store them in that aspect. The pallets are not expensive.
Yeah.
Aspects. It's just, I'm not understanding why non-residents who have been paying for years are possibly going to get booted out of rental of the lockers for the storage. Okay, that's the part I don't.
We can't protect them. If we built them,
They're on this side of the dunes. That dune's amazing with.
But you're suggesting we leave them out all winter?
Yeah.
We don't do that now.
I know.
Because storms.
They're far left.
Yeah, but they're protected.
Can you tell me the time period that you want to put this into effect? Was it this summer, next summer?
It would, everyone who has a locker now who wants to renew it would be able to renew through this summer or the following year. So everyone would be good through 2026. But for beach lockers for 27, only residents would be able to renew.
Thank you.
Eileen, can you spell your last name?
It's my first name is Ilen.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Cohen.
Thank you.
Don?
Doug Greenberg, 302 Park Place Avenue, Bradley Beach. I'm gonna come back to the legal aspect, probably not as eloquently as the first speaker, but I believe you guys should vote no on this locker ordinance, which is up for final approval today. I believe the ordinance comes down for two reasons. I believe the ordinance comes down on the wrong side of the public trust doctrine, contrary to what learned counsel says. I disagree with them. And the rulings of previous court cases on beach access. Number two, it's wrong to disenfranchise longtime members of our summertime community just because they don't live here. So legally, I believe this violates the tenet of not discriminating against non-residents in matters of public beach access and amenities. 3 points on this. One, NJS 1074 passed in 2018-19, which is the codification of the public trust doctrine in New Jersey. While it does not specifically mention beach lockers as an amenity, it does not specifically exclude them either. What it says in section 1F, and I'm just going to read the relevant part, is and the necessary support amenities to facilitate public access for all, including, and this is the important part, but not limited to public parking and restrooms. It is this not limited to portion that is important, in that it opens the possibility for other amenities to be considered, as well as parking and restrooms like beach lockers. I also believe this violates settled law on resident versus non-resident discrimination. to be considered as well as parking and restrooms. So it violates Neptune versus Avon, which is the seminal case on public access. And what it says in Neptune versus Avon, we are convinced it has to follow that while municipalities may validly charge reasonable fees for the use of their beaches, they may not discriminate in any respect between their residents and not residents. Let me repeat that, in any respect. In any respect would include beach lockers. The meaning of the phrase in any respect would seem to me to open up the inclusion of amenities such as beach lockers and the non-discrimination prohibition against non-residents. Since to use the lockers, you must use the beach where the lockers will sit on sand paid for by every single taxpayer in the country. Considering most beach replenishment dollars are federal. So everybody in the country paid for that sand that's on Bradley Beach. Okay, so you can't discriminate against non-residents because it's public, it's in the public trust. Lastly, on the legal front, is if the town decides to deposit locker payments directly into the general fund, I believe this would violate settled case law in the form of Susco versus Belmar. And which stated in a parking issue, and I'll read that. Under the limited circumstances of this case, we agree that with the trial court that parking fees, and here's the important part, charged only for beachfront parking and nowhere else in the borough, constituted beach fees. So while this particular case refers to parking, it also fits the description of beach locker fees, as they are charged for, to paraphrase, only on the beach and nowhere else in the borough. Okay, you can't just change the account you put the money in and think that changes the use and where the money comes from. It still comes from a beach locker that sits on the beach, which is held in the public trust. So indeed, these beach fees for beach, so indeed, if these are beach fees for the beach locker that sit on the public beach, replenished with public dollars, and I believe they are, you cannot discriminate between residents and non-residents for access to those lockers without the possibility, in my opinion, of opening up a town bill for a lawsuit. So that's my legal ideas on the matter. As far as being fair, well, I believe that I am correct in the legal area. I'll admit that the DEP is probably not coming after Bradley Beach on this issue, as there are bigger fish to fry on the beachfront access, on beach access, right? Will one of the non-residents who lose their locker if this ordinance passes sue? Who's to say? But judging by the turnout, it might happen. What I will say, though, is that this ordinance is inherently unfair to those non-residents who have been members of our summertime community for years, and in some cases, decades and generations. In other cases, they are former residents who just can't afford to live in Bradley anymore, but still love the beach here. And to be clear, these are community members, whether they own property here or not. They're part of our community. These are folks that choose,
It's okay, go ahead.
yeah, these are folks that choose to make Bradley their summer vacation home and beach community. They're an essential part of both the social and financial fabric of our town. I know this is not the intent of the council. I mean, I know all of you on the dais, you all have the best interest of the town at heart. But to kick the non-residents out of their lockers, some held for decades, and to disenfranchise one set of community members to advantage another set of community members, to me is just wrong. And again, I know this is not your intent. I know you're trying to look out for our residents, but I say to you that these non-resident beach locker holders are every bit as much of our Bradley Beach summer community as residents are. And we should not value them less. If we pass this resolution, we will probably lose those folks as members of our community, because who wants to go where they're not wanted? So I ask you to either vote no on this ordinance, table it and come up with a better solution, or at the very least, grandfather those non-residents already holding lockers, because they are indeed a part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a buffer?
Steve?
Bradley Beach. The reason I'm here is to oppose the ordinance on beach lockers. And I want to thank Mr. Greenberg, who articulated exactly what I was going to say. And I want to mention a brief story. About 5 or 6 years ago, I went out to the beach and set my chair up on a very hot day. It was like 90-something degrees. And anyway, I sat in my beach chair and I wound up getting up to go inside, and I face planted into the sand that was in a sense saved by one of our speaker predecessors who gave me water, walked me inside, and they've become friends ever since. So I just want to mention, they're not residents in Bradley Beach. They have a locker up between Evergreen and Second Avenue. And I know for a fact that they come with as many as 10 residents, 2 or 3 cars, and along with their 83-year-old mother, who's hardly able to, she can't carry her own beach chair. And I know for a fact that they go to a restaurant, they come to the bonfire, they go to restaurants, they get their gas in Bradley Beach, use our other restaurants as well. So, I hope that the council pays attention to what I'm saying, Mr. Greenberg, some of the others have said. And let's see, the other point that I want to make, Mr. Greenberg has also made that point. I haven't spoken to him in a while. He's made the legal point that he's made, and I think that if the courts unfortunately have to deal with this issue, I hope they don't. But I think they might come down on the side that has been well spoken here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Way in the back. Rona, you. Yep.
Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. TJ's pointing to them, so like, who's seen this? Well, we gotta finish this first.
Put it down here. Rona Parker, 27 Atlantic Avenue. I think that it is very unwelcoming and not the image and not the friendly approach that we in Bradley want to give to others who are coming here. I don't speak for the business community, obviously, but people who come, who have paid money for lockers, who have paid money for their badges, also frequent all of our restaurants, all of our stores. And at the same time, I certainly don't speak for the Environmental Commission, which I serve on. But I would like to anecdotally tell you about people who come for the annual beach sweeps and say, when we ask for the address, oh, I don't live here, but I love your beach. I come to your beach all the time, and that's why I come here, because I want to clean it up. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, council. My name is Brendan Harrison. I live at 103 Brindley Avenue. I just have like one question and then a comment. So in terms of right now in the summertime, the lockers are towards the end of the dunes at the entrances to get on the beach. Is the reason that they're not just that they're stored in the parking lot is due to storms, correct? So could they just be moved towards the center of the dune? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only storm I can think of in recent times that have completely breached the dunes is Sandy. So could they just be, do you know what I mean? Sometimes when we get a storm or a big swell, the entrances get a little flooded, but could we just move the dunes? I mean, move the lockers closer towards the middle of the dune for protection?
I know the answer is no, but I'll ask Mr.
I'm pretty
Weber.
sure we can't leave the lockers on the beach, because of CAFRA rules, the state rules, like they say, all right, in the summer, you can put stuff out on the beach, other towns do different things besides lockers. But if you gotta move it off the beach in the winter because of storms. I appreciate the creative thinking, this doesn't mean that I'm in favor of changing this, because I'm not. But I think it's because of the state.
Yeah,
short answer.
Okay,
So
yeah, no, fair enough. I was
keep
just
thinking of
about
different
that,
places to put them.
Yeah, one other thought I had was maybe, non-residents can pay an extra fee if you guys are able to come up with some storage outside of the town or something like that to just account for, you know, extra fees or whatever, but okay, so I'll just move into my comment. So yeah, I'm lived in Brinley, or I lived in Bradley Beach for about 20 years, more than half my life. I moved here when I was 18 years old, been paying rent ever since. I'm 38 now. I love this town. I started, let's see, I met my wife here. I got married in this very room, started a family. So, you know, and then just to watch rent, housing prices soar, the thought of us being able to live the rest of our lives here is probably dwindling. So the thought that I won't be able to have a beach locker in the future, you know, is like a tough pill to swallow. There's a lot of people my age that have spent majority of their lives living in this town that can't afford it anymore, that still come here every summer, all year round, put money into the restaurants, you know, surf, fish, walk the boardwalk, bike here, participate in all the community events that are going to be excluded from having beach lockers. You know, they may been coming here for generations as well. So I think it's a little unfair in that regard. Like I said, though, I'm a resident, but I still think it's not right. If I ever have to move out of here, I've been on the waiting list for about 5 years myself, and I haven't had a problem with it. I figured, you know, it is a privilege. It's open to everybody. I plan on coming to Bradley, whether I live here or not, for the rest of my life. So when I get it, I get it. You know, it's just having patience. So, I think, you know, there's been a lot of talk about grandfathering in. I don't think that's going to solve your problem because it's not going to get the waiting list moving, and it's not going to address people that might be in my situation or my generation, like I just outlined. Yeah, and like I said, I think there's just a huge community of people here that contribute to this town that aren't residents. Maybe they once were, maybe they'll be residents again. But I just don't think excluding others, like I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, wanting to give back to the residents. But I think there's plenty of other ways you can think of as a council to give back to residents without excluding an opportunity from people that are still part of our community, but may not live here anymore. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions in the room? Yes, sir, or comments?
Good evening, I'm Frank Rossi, 310.5 Brinley Avenue, Bradley Beach. I think it's probably expected that everyone who's gonna lose a locker is gonna oppose the new ordinance. I'm one of the people in Bradley Beach, I've owned the home for 18 years. And I don't think a lot of people came here that are in my situation, because I've been on the waiting list in Bradley Beach for probably over 5 years, and I've been stuck on number 2 for the last 2 years. So I'm hearing stories about, excuse me, don't tell me over this, non-residents waiting a year, which is what I was told when I first put my name on the list, that already have lockers somewhere. So I think it's important for you to listen to the Bradley community, that the residents in town. And I'm sure I'm not the only one in this situation, but I was basically excited when I saw the suggestion of changing the ordinance to benefit people. Of course, we don't want to see anybody really have a hardship, but there's an enormous amount of people that are in my position. And you know, 18 years ago when I bought we bought a home here, it wasn't a big deal for me to have a locker, because I just cart everything over to the beach. But, you know, I'm a couple months older than that, but it's more of an issue for me. So I appreciate you, and I urge you to vote for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lauren?
First thing that I would like, Lauren Egbert, 404.5 Brinley Avenue. The first thing that I would like to say is that whenever all of you consider what is good for the people of Bradley, please consider paramount what is good and fair. Because it is not good for anybody in this town, for our town to take collective action, which is not good or not fair. That puts us in a really bad position in so many ways. And when I see this gentleman who very much would benefit from a locker, being a resident, it makes me think of maybe creative ways to decide what might be most good and most fair. I'm not, I would ask you, please, to vote no on the ordinance the way it's presently written. And to really think very carefully and consult very carefully before you pass an ordinance like this, separating us from the people in the towns around us at all. You know, right now, I can carry my things to the beach, and I think carrying them to the beach is likely to keep me more able as I get older, because I'm exercising my muscles and my feet. So, and I was particularly saddened that any organization or place that I belong to would make a representation and a promise to people like the one that was in our standing ordinance, and then say, you know what, it's a new game in town in Bradley now, and we're gonna make sure our residents are taken care of. And our able-bodied residents are gonna come before any of you who may have become elderly while you were on your waiting list and when you made your deposit and while you've been paying. And I thought, we don't know the circumstances of the people who are on that list. Could there be somebody who's been caring for a relative for the last 3 summers, but kept spending their $200 for the summer that they might be able to come back and go to the beach at Bradley? And I thought when I was little, you know, we lived in Wall, my grandparents, you know, my mother they were Ocean Grovers forever. Ocean Grove was our beach. We happened to have a locker that like you could stand up in, and you could, you know, and there were showers and the whole thing. And I'm not saying, if somebody had just taken that away retroactively, I mean, it might have been okay if it was always that way, I don't know. But for somebody to take it away retroactively, it'd be like you're being kicked off your beach. I mean, that was our beach. Do you mean you have an emotional attachment? And I don't really want to see people damaged in my name. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen. And I do think that the breach of contract potential is huge. And by the way, we could have 3 or 4 lawsuits that don't prevail. We still have to start out defending them. That's still money. So I'm not sure that benefits the residents of Bradley Beach. So, and I do think there's an access issue, particularly when you consider that some of the people that have those lockers probably can't get to the beach if they don't. So let's think about how we can make this a better community, a warmer community, a more loving community, a stronger community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Other comments? Yes, sir.
Gregory Smith, 506 Ocean Park Avenue. I just want to reiterate what this gentleman in the back said. We've been down, my wife and I have been down here 10 years between Asbury Park and Bradley. We've been coming down since I can remember. We have done the same thing. 4 years ago, when we bought in Bradley, we didn't think anything of it. Put our name on the list. 4 years later, he's number 2. I don't even know what number I am on the list. I just want to, you know, we're not getting any younger. Just want to be able to walk down the beach, enjoy the beach, just like everybody else. But I don't hear many people from Bradley speaking up. People that are in my predicament. I'm sure there are a lot of people that are on the list. People had lockers for 20 years, 30 years. I don't know, maybe she rotate them out. 500 this year, the next year, next 500, just rotate them out. If you don't have a locker for 1 year, what's the big deal? But I just want to know, how many people are on that list? On the waiting list? Does anybody know?
Let's count 333.
333. So I must be, I don't know when he got on the list.
It
varies by beach.
It varies by beach.
Put it on my front lawn, leave there. Put it on my pickup and I'm making that, but it's not so much. There's something's gotta be done. Is there any ordinance or any law to say how high those lockers can be?
Our ordinance states a specific.
I saw it in You know, but is there any state law or federal law that says they can only be so high, they can only be 4
Do
feet?
you know if there are
I would
limits?
imagine it's cap or permit. So I would believe that the ordinance matches whatever the borough's cap or permit is. I see the engineer on the council shaking his head, yes, but that makes
It's not
sense.
official engineer, but I would suspect it would be a half row, however we permitted for them. It would-
Anything that's-
Say we're a little
anything
higher,
that's-
a little narrower. You know, instead of fitting three, you could fit 4 in there. I don't know, I don't know.
That's not my department.
So you lit up that when you mentioned litigation.
Yeah.
All right.
Put it
Anyway,
up there.
build it, put in my front line.
Thank you for your comments.
But yeah, you know, it's got.
Other comments or questions from the room? Yes, sir.
Hi, Ted Whitby, 604 Fifth Avenue at the beach. So, yeah, no, not too many people are speaking up in favor of this, and really wasn't gonna talk, but I'm just gonna give it a little bit of go here. We've only been here for about 4 years, but as soon as we bought, we put in a request. I think we're number 17 or 18 on the list when we entered. As of the other day, we're 13 after almost 4 years. We have a house that doesn't have a driveway. So if our grandkids and kids come down and we've got all this stuff and we have to drive down to the beach, we're probably not gonna have a parking space when we come back without being whatever a block away from the house. So people from out of town can park right there on the beach, assuming there's places, you know, down at the end we are around 4th Avenue, 5th Avenue spot, it looks like the usual spots. So if you don't have a locker, you've got that little bit to walk. It's probably another 100 yards than having a locker, right, to get your stuff to the beach. I'm on the 600 block, so it's a good walk to get down there. So I don't like the idea of being unfair to people. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm on 13 after 4 years. And I know it comes out of beach fund, it's not public funds, but I'm paying a couple $1,000s every quarter for property taxes. So I would like a solution of some kind. I'd like to try to be fair to people. I'd like to look for creative solutions. But I'd rather not die before I get a beach lot.
Thank you for your comments. Others in the room, comment or question?
I know, we see.
Let me introduce our soon to be Councilman-elect Mitch Carp. I have no idea what Mitch is gonna say, but we do ask him to sit here so he can get a sense for what it's like to be sitting up here.
For now, I'm over here.
You are.
Anyway, Mitch Carp, 303 3rd Avenue in Bradley. So when this first came out, somebody discovered that, hey, do you know that in Avon and in other towns, they're able to do this? And then it was like this light bulb went on. It's like, wow, we should do that too. That sounds great. I was on a wait list for 8 years before I got a locker. I've been here for about 20 years. And I know friends of mine who are still on the waiting list after 8 or 9 years since they moved here. And so it seemed like a great idea. So it's like, if we can do something that benefits the people of Bradley Beach, then that's what we should do. I'm hearing things that are resonating with me, where maybe it's not just the residents of Bradley Beach that should be considered, but we talked about the ordinance, talks about employees of Bradley Beach, about our first responders. The value that they add to this town and the benefit that they can see from this ordinance. And I see some of that in the non-residents and what they've brought to the town. And so I guess I'd feel a little more comfortable if I were sitting up there, making this decision, knowing that I exhausted every possibility to find a solution. I've heard things about, certainly resonates like storage. That's really the problem. That's really what's causing this, that we can't create 300 more lockers. So if we could find a storage solution, so if I knew in my heart that we exhausted that we were able to say, we looked everywhere. I want to say that when I first moved here, we were storing them in like the DPW lot. And I don't know, is there a reason that we don't do that now? Has something changed?
Yes, a few things. One is, we're required to use heavy equipment to take them down the road.
Mhm.
That was not, traffic safe, they were oversized vehicles. We weren't allowed legally to do it.
Okay.
And we're going to use that lot in the foreseeable future, to move our DPW facility there. So to come up with a temporary solution, it would backfire on us.
Because I thought about, because I heard about heavy equipment, I'm like, okay, let's get some flatbed trailers and just put them all on there and ship them safely using that. So if that's the case, I can understand.
And at that time, Mitch, we didn't own that piece of property, Alyssa, we rented it from them. And for the sole purpose of putting them there. Now that we own it, it's DPW yard and there's all this other stuff going on there.
So I guess, just to sum up, I guess I just feel better in my heart knowing that we made every effort because it just seems like the right and fair thing to do. I would just ask one question of Mr. Cannon would be the people have brought up the question about contracts and the deposits that they made and some disagreement, some things that are unclear. What actually is the rights of the renters with regards to those initial deposits that were paid? Because I've heard people say, oh, I can renew and I can renew forever. And
I can't say I read through the contracts themselves, but I understand their annual rental.
Okay. And there's no recourse for any of the fund, like if somebody stopped becoming, they moved out and they're living in California and they no longer need their locker, would they normally get that feedback that they initially paid, or is that just a construction fee? Or?
The quick answer, and I am familiar with the contract, but I'm not going to render a legal opinion on it, but I've been through it with a fine tooth comb. The language says more or less, it's updated every year to show due dollars. So for example, the current contract says initial fee $600. It says you can renew as long as you do it by April 1st. Most of the contract is there's nothing in there that says you get it for life, by the way, so I mentioned that earlier. But there are various restrictions, so it's somewhat of a boilerplate lease agreement.
Okay. So it's an initial fee, it's not a security deposit. That's
correct.
A share or a leasehold.
Okay.
I mean, it's an annual rental.
If we don't have a decision on this yet, but we're very open to establishing a policy for some portion of refunding. So for example, someone who's had a locker for 10 or 20 years, at least my opinion on that is that span the useful life of the locker. Plus, I wouldn't think there would be a refund for a person who had a locker 20 years. Somebody who leased for the first time last year, we would have to have a formula that would compensate to some degree, I would think.
Thank you very much.
Okay, other comments or questions in the room? Yes, ma'am?
My name is Susan Younghans and I live at 506 North Avenue. I also did not plan on speaking tonight, but I feel I should. We've been in our house 17 years, and when we first got it, my husband and I were very able to get on our bikes, put our backpack chair on our backs, put our cooler in the basket and ride there. But I'm fortunate enough now to have 2 grandchildren, 3 and 6. It's a little tougher now. So the 5 blocks have become longer. I am too on the wait list for a long time. People don't move up very quickly at all. And I'm afraid they'll be in college before I get a locker. So I just wanted to voice that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Felicia Sacchi, Lorraine Avenue, Bradley Beach. Mayor Gubitowski, I don't envy any of you. You have very tough decisions to make. But this is just food for thought. You had said that you could possibly build another 100 to another 120 lockers and store them where they are now in the parking
No, just to be clear, we could fit them anymore on the beach during the summer, but we would not be able to.
Okay. That was, then I misunderstood, because I thought if you could do that, then they could be only exclusive to the residents of Bradley Beach. And that would solve probably a lot of problems for our residents here that are saying they're on the list for so long. So that is not feasible then at all.
It's not an option.
No, it's not an
on the letter,
option.
no.
That's too bad. All right, well, thank you. Okay.
Thank you for trying to help us here.
Okay.
Other comments, yes.
Shannon Colleen, 315.5 Ocean Park Ave. So I'm here about the parking, not about the lockers, and just maybe for a point of clarification. So my mom lives in the residence with me. She does have, we think it's wonderful that the town offers the specialized parking. I'm in favor of any, tightening up of people getting them. But my one question was about that it always has to have the placard in the window while it's in the spot. Now, my understanding is she can take that placard with her, so if I'm to drive her to the store, she has a card that says that placard goes with her. Now, how do we handle that? I take her shopping on a Saturday. Her car is then left in the spot without the placard. She goes to my brother's for a week or things like that. So I don't know if that was considered or if I'm misinterpreting it. I just didn't want it to be something that wasn't considered, that placard can go with her. But she's not always in her car, which is in the spot. Says if a car is on the street, it can only park in her spot. We don't have a driveway, so I just didn't understand that.
Can I make it practical?
Please.
Just make a copy of the placard and leave it if you take the placard with you.
Okay, so.
Because then the
that's
officer can just see the, right? Then the officer can see the number and see what it is.
Doesn't
No,
say
no.
that in there, but I just want to make sure that's the solution.
We
That's all. I
can't
want
tell
to
you to
say.
park in a handicap spot without the placard or license plate, because that's the motor vehicle code. But as a practical matter, if you just make a copy of it and just leave it on the dashboard, the officer's gonna look at it and then they'll see the address. Yeah.
Just
For the
that
local
way.
police, you know, call that.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I know, I oversee a prosecutor too.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got to ask you to hold on for a second.
No.
I'm sorry, because there are other people who've been waiting to speak, so
I just wanted to say one thing.
just wait a couple more minutes, I think.
Chance to speak again. though.
Anyone else in this room before I turn to Zoom?
For this public.
Yes, sir, in the back. Sorry, I just want to give everyone a chance.
Yeah, if we break that rule, we're dead, so. That's the one that's, yeah.
That's a tough rule to break. My name is Drew Borders. I live at 133 Lake Terrace in Bradley Beach. My wife and I own a home on the corner of Cliff Beach and Lake Terrace. The home was built by my great grandfather and has been continuously owned by my family since 1904. In fact, Bradley Beach Historical Society believes that it may be the longest continuously family-owned residence in Bradley. My grandfather's name is proudly on the War Memorial in Riley Park. We also are 5.5-month residents from May to October at a house that is currently not winterized, currently I say, and my wife has a legal special parking permit. And I think my family's been very good stewards of the borough of Bradley Beach over those years. After reviewing the previous council meeting, I heard a lot of hearsay, innuendo, and some falsehoods. The resentment concerning non-resident homeowners should really be against the enforcement, not the policy. And this is not blaming the police department. Bradley Beach has an excellent police force. They control the shenanigans in the summertime that go on here. I won't waste your time with a funny story, but anyway, to get back to this, is that everything that you're trying to codify with this, other than taking the spaces away, is already in the application. I don't even see a need for having an ordinance about this when everything is already taken care of in the application. And the police need the public's help. If you feel it's being wronged, let them know, give them a call. I think it's just like if you had a car parked for a week in front of your house, it's your duty to help the police with that. So how many total permits are there?
Roughly 45.
So you're not exactly sure.
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, Isn't it just to be done here? Isn't it just a matter of counting them in a drawer?
There are clerical reasons why I couldn't get the specific number.
I'll give you that. And how many of those do you think, or do you know are permanent resident homeowners and non-permanent resident homeowners and renters?
If we were to adopt this amendment, it would probably cut that number by 15 to 20.
And you know that because you've seen the figures on that.
Well, again, one of our employees tracks this, has files on
Okay.
everything, but there are circumstances that are unique to different homes that we don't know what impact it'll have.
Because I mean, it kind of appears you don't really know how many there are. You don't know who has them. And do you have a map that shows them where they are in the city?
We know, we have the address.
Okay, all right, good. So I think the $200 fee will definitely knock down your permits. I think that's gonna have a big dent in that. And why not adjust the fine for illegally parking one of these to be like parking in an ADA space? At the past meeting, parking permits were referred to as a scam. I'd also like to get one thing straight right now. My wife's 35-year battle with multiple sclerosis is no scam. And it's no joke. When you abuse this privilege, it's not a scam, it's called fraud. I am sure that the potential fraudulent behavior is not limited to non-resident homeowners. Non-residents pay 100% of full-time taxes here in Bradley and use the services for only 5 months or so out of the year. Non-residents contribute to the fire department, the police department, the first aid squad, along with other town and volunteer services. And when I say non-residents, I mean non-tax-paying residents. Bradley Beach and the council should embrace the non-residents and not try to take things away from them. I understand, I just don't quite get it. Now let's talk about the parking gain for a minute, which seems to be the big hot item. Can we all agree that you could live with this program in the off-season months in Bradley? Is that something that you think that people could live with in the town?
It's just an odd question for me to try to answer because
Okay,
it could vary by street. I know individuals who have concerns around certain.
I mean, you can kind of look down the streets and see there isn't really a parking problem in the off-season in Bradley Beach.
There's one particular street where it's a.
So what are the non-permanent taxpayers gonna be here who don't live here permanently? Summertime, correct? So if you take away a parking space in the summertime, and I have to park over here now, how many spaces are you gaining? Zip. You're not gaining any spaces in the summertime by doing this. You could take this whole program and scrap it. You're not gonna gain a single space from it. It's a finite number of cars, and the only way you're gonna gain spaces here is building a parking lot. So I just don't understand, if it just seems that even this proposed amendment kind of reeks at getting it through here during the it's the 2 days before Thanksgiving. I have to drive 8 hours today to be here and back. My attorney says there are a lot of holes in this, and so that's another issue that I think you're gonna face. You're actively targeting a large part of your population of non-resident homeowners who rely on this town service to be able to enjoy their home safely and despite their malady. Enforce the rules, keep taxpayers equal, understand you're gaining no extra spaces by doing this, protect the rights of all taxpayers, which I hope you pledge when you were sworn in. Do your due diligence up front. Leave the citizens to have compassion for disabled neighbors. Don't enact ridiculous ordinance that might be illegal. Heal the divide that is being created as good government should. Base your decision on facts and not just anecdotal hearsay or emotions like good government decisions should be made. Look at the optic on this. You're taking away privileges from handicapped people. I don't think you really want to be known as the city that does that. Thank you very much for listening to me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Other comments in the room before I move to Zoom? Yes, oh no, I'm sorry, so you gotta wait. You keep tricking me there.
All right, thank you for addressing our concerns tonight. My name's Chris Lenegro. I live at 810 4th Avenue, Neptune City. I lived in Bradley Beach for about 3.5 years. It was something I've been wanting to do for a very long time. When it was time, I rented for 3 years. When it was time to buy, I couldn't swing buying what I needed here in Bradley, so I moved literally the next property over. I live within, well, not within, I'm sorry. So I literally, there were other houses that I looked at that were roomier and a lot more, but it was right here. I had to just get that one street. I wanted to be in Bradley and I couldn't. And I love where I live and I still do stay in my car. I'm in Bradley. And when I'm on the beach with my granddaughter, this is our beach. You know, we run, it's great. I just love being here. I'm insulted right now. I'm not being mean, I'm not fighting, but I know others feel this way. I was like, what? What do you mean? This is where we are. This is what we do. And now we're not gonna be able to keep our locker. You know, I opened my locker, I got 9 chairs, 4 generations. I got 4 generations of people. I got my granddaughter, me, my father, my daughter. We come here, it's full of toys, it's full of chairs. You know, this is what everybody does, this is what we do. So proud of being here. We go to the restaurants, we just do everything. And it's like, it's almost like someone's slamming a door in your face. It's upsetting. It's really, really upsetting. And, you know, I let Mr. Greenberg, I thought you did a great job. And I'm sure I think we crossed each other on Facebook with these comments. And, you know, I don't want to go into the legalities of it. However, I do say, the cost of litigation is astronomical. I know you're on retainer, but hourly rates are very expensive. I feel like that could be something I'm not threatening. I don't want to see that happen to Bradley Beach. And it will, you know what's gonna happen with some of this. I don't want that to happen. I also don't like the look of this, the attitude, like, you know, it's creating an us first step. When I'm on that beach, and I'm here all the time, I'm on that beach all year. And every time I see something, I pick it up, I put it in the garbage. If I see a stick down that's holding up the sticks to protect the birds, I put the stick up, right? People that don't live in Bradley Beach, we take care of Bradley Beach too. We feel ownership. We wish, those of us that don't live in Bradley Beach, wish we could own Bradley Beach. And that's what we do. And it's really a shot. It really is. By the way, I've had a locker for a couple of years. My girlfriend lives here in Bradley Beach. I could get another locker, right? So it's not, I'll say it's not a concern, but a couple of things I wrote down. I'm trying not to repeat what others said. I think it's creating an us first thing. It takes away ownership. You know, a lot of people complain about renters. Our renters don't own, they're not going to take care. Well, what do you think you're doing to people by saying you can't have a locker anymore? It's kind of creating that same situation. The traffic and congestion on Ocean. All of us that now can't get our stuff in our lockers, we're driving down and parking on Ocean and loading our stuff and going somewhere else. You know, even people that live here said, oh, well, I have to drive down, I'll lose my spot in front of my house. I have the same concern. I'm right across the street. And I have to risk my life every time I cross Memorial and 4th. That's another concern for another time. If the issue is storage, please, let's work on it. I don't have the answers. I thought, you know, can we put them on the promenade? Could we put them on pallets on the beach? You answered most of these. One of them is it possible, is there storage in some of the businesses in the town that might be able to, Rooting and Wood has a big parking lot. The Napa, that's closed. The bowling alley, although they created something. Grandfathering, no one's ever gonna let go of locker. That's not gonna fix this. The ones that I'm in partial ownership with people, I'll never let go of that. That's not gonna solve the issue. No, you'd be foolish. Just created a hot commodity. It's very valuable. That's not gonna solve the problem of the wait list. Litigating discrimination, that's not gonna be what's best for Bradley Beach. I don't wanna see that happen. Storage, build more. I think that's about it. I don't want to give other people more time, but most important thing, I hope that it's my granddaughter that someday continues to come here and she could claim it too. Please don't just, don't shut us out of that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy in the back.
Are you freezing? You're freezing.
Hello, Julie Gladys, 605 North Avenue. I would like to talk about the special parking. Unfortunately, you hear stories of people who really need the special parking. But through the years, we have had parking that has been in essence has been scammed by people who really do not need them. And it should be something as a courtesy for people who are very ill that need them. I have no problems with that whatsoever. But the issue that is coming along with this and the ordinance, as I was reading it, we need better cautionary metrics in place. I would like to see that when someone files an application, when police go to check out the house and everything, that there are photos taken, that it goes into the file. Chief of police then will review it. And then also, I want the four-eyed principle. I do believe that mayor or another designated person, whether it's the DA, should be looking at this as well. Unfortunately, in the past, we have had too many people, and every single resident knows of people who should not be having these special parking spots. It's just the reality of where we are. And I think we need the four-eyed principles and have these precautionary measures because that's in everybody's best interest. Secondly, I also think that there should be a third-party audit of the parking spots every year. That is for the protection of everybody, for the police, the residents, the town. And then again, that puts in precautionary measures, just like a business does. It doesn't mean anybody's doing anything, but you are monitoring what these parking spots are there for and why they're used. We have to be very careful and again, because there has been so many abuses and again, I see it on my street. And also there needs to be significant fines for people who take the liberty of painting their own curbs. And also we need code enforcement and the police to monitor this daily. It can't be reactive. It can't be residents calling out somebody. That is not our responsibility and that pits neighbors against one another. So I would definitely like to see that. Also, if somebody is filing an application for a special parking spot, neighbors need to be notified. Because what people don't realize in some of these highly dense streets, it affects everybody. It affects, it's not true that we would not gain parking spots on streets that are in the north end. You would gain parking spots right off the bat. But again, it should be very, these special spots should only be given out in very critical situations, not someone temporarily or anything of that nature. How many people we know that have driveways and got spots and painting? So it's just been an abuse and it's been mismanaged. I know we're moving forward, we're making strides, and I appreciate that. And I'd like to end with is that this is just the beginning. We need a major parking policy. It's only going to get worse with all the building that's going on. People come in, 3-4 cars, they don't have parking. It's just a domino effect everywhere. And again, it leads to a lot of confrontation with neighbors. I know I've had it with mine, just asking somebody to move their car out because I can't see out of my driveway. Now we're seeing so many commercial vehicles parked all over the place. Had a dump truck the other night parked down the street. They're not supposed to be on the street. So again, I don't know the answers, but I would like to see in 2026, I'd like to see a major parking committee and really address these issues. And I believe this is also addressed in the master plan as well, that we should be continuously looking at this. So I just think we need to put precautionary measures in this and really have a four-eyed principle and look at this and scrutinize this at a very high level. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions outside of this gentleman? Okay, I'm gonna turn to Zoom. And I cannot read names, but can someone see that?
It's Christine. Christine Cruz.
Christine, if you're up there and can speak.
There we go. Hi, everyone. It is so nice to hear some stories being shared. And I think that mine is an important one as well. My family has owned several properties. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just need your name and address.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Christine Cruz, and we have a home in Neptune City. But my family has owned several properties in Bradley Beach from the 1950s until my grandmother's passing in 2000. We lived in Bradley Beach when it was a bad area, when gangs were in Bradley Beach, when the riots were in Asbury Park. I have been renting a beach locker on Park Place for over 18 years. And I ask you to reconsider this ordinance to modify the rental procedure. Bradley Beach describes itself as a caring and inclusive environment. Currently, beach lockers are assigned on an equitable first come, first served basis. In contrast, the proposed amendment leans towards exclusivity, favoring 12-month residents. To uphold inclusivity valued by Bradley Beach, I ask each of you to vote down this amendment until an equitable compromise between long-term non-residential leases and residents can be reached. I am listening to this conversation. I am anxiously awaiting to speak, and I hear residents, 12-month residents of Bradley, supporting that this should be voted down. Your own residents are speaking against this amendment. So please, on behalf of my family's history, my desire to save money but keep on getting priced out of the home that we were forced to leave because a gang member pulled a knife on my father many years ago, consider that we deserve the opportunity to be a part of this community, and not all of the locker renters have this long of a history with this town. Not everyone can say that their parents got engaged in the gazebo on the beach. So if their leases were terminated, what are the chances that they are going to return to Bradley without their beach locker? They will probably be attracted to a different beach. They do not have the attachment that I do, and you will lose revenue, you will lose support. And quite frankly, my heart is broken. I've lived and breathed Bradley Beach. My son is named after it. This is my home, even though I don't live there. So I ask you to please take this into consideration. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Do I have another hand? up there?
Kristen Mahoney.
Oh, Kristen Mahoney.
Hi, Kristen Mahoney, 200 Lorraine Avenue, Bradley Beach. I want to thank the council for taking this on. I know it's not easy. I go back to what the gentleman said about parking in Bradley Beach, which is something that we're also discussing in another ordinance. Parking has become incredibly difficult in Bradley Beach. I remember when I moved here 18 years ago, you could get a parking pass. You could park for free for the beach and I think go half price on Wednesdays. Now that's completely different here. Parking is something that's so terrible in Bradley Beach at this point, and so many people don't have driveways. And it really resonates for me for people to say, I live in Bradley Beach, and in order to go to the beach, I have to drive down to get all my stuff down there. And then when I come back, I don't have a parking spot anymore. That's how crowded our town has become. I think that there needs to be some quarter given to the residents of Bradley Beach so that they can get down to the beach and get their stuff without worrying about parking on top of everything else. You know, we can't charge more for other people to have lockers. I believe that would be discriminatory to say non-residents have to pay more for a locker. But I do think that we should give consideration to the residents of Bradley Beach. That doesn't mean that we value anybody any less. I just think that we have an anomalous problem. People who come to the beach are going to drive anyway. They need to bring their stuff down. But people who can walk to the beach at some point can no longer walk if they have to lug everything down. So my other concern is if we say that the lockers are on public sand, what do we say about the volleyball court and the surf camp and things like that? Are people going to start saying, well, now we can't have the surf camp, we can't have the volleyball court, someone can go sit in the middle of them, we can't rent them out. So I just think common sense needs to prevail. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there other folks on
Yes,
Zoom?
Steve Petroselli is
Okay,
next.
Steve Petroselli.
Hello,
He's right
my
next to
name is,
Kristen.
this is Steve Petroselli, and I am a full-time taxpayer and a part-time resident at 614 Fourth Avenue. And I've been on the waiting list for 4 years. I can tell you that it took several years to get to the point where we could even find a property. In the process of being able to purchase a property, I can't tell you how many open houses and how many showings we went to where it was openly advertised that, oh, if you buy this property, it comes with a beach locker. We'll maintain it for you. So I think there's a percentage of that that's going on that needs to be cleaned up. The other thing is, I think you have a very basic mathematical imbalance of supply and demand here. And this fairness doctrine and what's fair and unfair, it really manifests itself as the two classes. You've created two classes that can't be resolved of a normal course of attrition because the turnover just isn't there. I can tell you, as sitting at number 15, I concur with my neighbor at 604 that we will both find ourselves with obituaries that we won't ever realized a beach locker in our lifetime, as I will be 74 years old in the beach season of 2026. So I'd like to think of myself as a technical person with an analytical mind. And in this case, I like to think outside of the box, or specifically outside of the locker. You have a fundamental problem here. 90% of the volume of what you have to contend with storing is air. You've got an empty box with air in it. So the volume is occupied, basically, it's useless space. So the basic design of these lockers is incompatible with your storage problem. If these designs were collapsible, foldable, internally hinged or pinned, like 20-foot and 40-foot shipping containers I've personally seen in the docks in the ports of Los Angeles and also in Hong Kong and Yantian, China, then you could create a stack of foldable, collapsible lockers. So I think one possible solution is to get rid of all the lockers and start with a new design that you could outsource. And if you want, if it doesn't exist, I'll design one for you and file the patent and assign the rights to Bradley Beach. You have a design problem. You are trying to find a way to store something that's incompatible with the amount of space available to the borough. So that's my comment. And second comment is, if the town could find a standard storage locker that could be assembled on the beach, that could be approved, that people could buy themselves, assemble, you could rent the space of sand, and people could assemble their own township approved locker on that space. And so when all of the township lockers are installed, you could come and people could put their own up, and for $250 or $300, these products exist, the same approximate volume as what you're offering now. But I think all the lockers should be raised, and they should be redesigned to a storage friendly mode so that they're collapsible and they can be stacked, and then that solves your problem. So thanks a lot for listening to my rant, and look forward to reading my obituary with no locker.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments, Steve. Other.
Bob Patton.
Bob Patton, you're up.
Hi, Bob Patton, 207 Evergreen Avenue. I give the council credit for taking on this hot issue. Obviously, a lot of sensitivity towards it. I have friends on both sides of the ledger here. I don't have a locker, never have, but I do have a grandchild now, so the thought has crossed my mind a couple times. But I do think that somewhere you have to draw the line. The town is growing, the town is moving forward. You can't confuse it with prices and other things that are going on with real estate. That's happening all over the place. I don't want to see 500 lockers on our beach. I don't want to see lockers looking like storage containers. I want to see what we have I would like to see it distributed amongst the full-time residents or the residents who own properties here. I do think that makes sense. I feel bad for people like Christine who said they've been here for a long, long time, but somewhere you have to decide what is the deciding factor of how you're going to make this decision. As there's a finite number of lockers and there's lots of demand. The list is long, but I think it should go to the residents of Bradley Beach first. And I just want to make that comment and thank the council for taking this on. Thank you.
Hey, Bob?
Yeah.
Do you have your address?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
I didn't hear that.
Wait, never mind.
207
address?
Evergreen Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other hands raised on Zoom?
That's it.
That's it? Okay, I'm not gonna ask every one of you to give it, make a second comment, but I am gonna ask this gentleman to make his final comment, just.
Mr. Petroselli stole my thunder. I was gonna suggest collapsible and stackable. You can fit 3 or 4 of them in a spot.
Yeah.
Put together for overlap.
No,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Stop.
I actually think that it's worth looking into. We do have CAFR requirements on size and maybe somebody is gonna design a brand new collapsible locker and current locker costs us $600. If we destroy 550 lockers to then purchase new collapsible lockers.
I may suggest a pilot program of
Okay,
10
well,
this 1 year.
it will be considered beyond this meeting, but, but again, no promises. Yes. Thank you.
Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley Avenue. I'm gonna die with my locker. I have one and I appreciate the locker wholeheartedly. It saved me a lot of time and effort dragging stuff back and forth to the beach, but my problem exists because I can never get my husband there. I have to actually drive a car into the the handicap parking with my husband, go home, run back, because if I don't, I can't get him to the beach. So I end up going to another beach that's in town that has a handicap parking in front of it. So now I have to go back to that locker, fill my car up with all my chairs to go to the other beach that I can park by the handicap so my husband can get to the beach. It's kind of confusing, but anyway, I think the residents in town should have first dibs on the lockers. It's like where you vote. You can't vote in 2 towns. I know it's not the same similar situation, but the people that live on the other side, they're still gonna come here. They're gonna drive their cars here. They probably drive their cars here now and park in our parking spaces, which we don't have during summer, especially in the smaller houses that have no driveways. So that's that with the lockers. I think Bradley Beach should have lockers first for the residents. So as far as handicap parking goes, I don't have my paper with me. There's one item on the handicap parking that says no driveways. You need at least an 11-foot wide driveway to safely transfer a handicapped person in a wheelchair to the car. So therefore, the driveway and the cutout isn't appropriate for them. Today I drove around and I saw people parked in handicapped spaces with no placards on them, the windshield or on their license plate. I also saw people parking in yellow spots that neighbors on that block had told me they do all the time, and they call the police and nothing's done about it. So I don't understand that. And that's all I have to say. These are issues of handicap parking, and I think we should give it to people because frankly, they have an issue and they should be addressed. And I think the police are able to evaluate them appropriately. So what is this form that you talk about in that ordinance?
It's been published.
I couldn't find it.
Okay, what was the position attestation form
It's not,
included, you recall?
No, the ordinance was posted with the rest of the meeting.
My
that's not
mistake.
there. So what is that exactly is that?
It's a form, HIPAA approved, confidentiality approved. Because we went through some gymnastics, including having the borough attorney review it, but it's basically a physician attestation form. One of the challenges we face, I know a gentleman, a few folks have used in different terms, the word scammed, and I personally do take offense at that. I don't think anyone, well, there may be some people that are more limited than others, and some severely limited.
No,
So what happens is, today, the ordinance requires a note from your physician. And the notes from physicians, you'd be amazed at how wide ranging they are, and sometimes how off target they are. What we've done is, instead of requiring a note from physician, we are now creating a standard physician attestation form that basically states this patient of mine has limited mobility, experiences great discomfort if they walk more than 50 feet. It's more of a definitive statement of the person's lack of mobility.
Is this legal? I don't know anything about that. I've never.
So this is a privilege, yeah.
It's a privilege, so that is what you're.
Where we standardize what the physician has to certify. So we were previously required, what was basically a doctor's note is what it said. And so, like the mayor said, we're not gonna disclose, we have the records of them, we're not disclosing, obviously, for medical for privacy reasons, but some of them are patently ridiculous. And so now there's a standard form that specifically attests to the mobility issues that would necessitate the special parking permit.
Okay, I just was wanting clarity on that. I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, just like like any other standard form, immunization form, we go to school, anything else we have.
Well,
The
I know
ability to
some
tell your
people
doctor what they need to certify for you.
Have been
to do
saying that you can go to any doctor. You cannot go to any doctor. I don't think to get a form filled out, you can't go to a podiatrist and say that you have pulmonary problems. I mean, that makes no sense at all. So somebody did have said here that, oh, I could just go in the back in the locker room and I can get a doctor to sign the form. I don't think that really happens a lot. It may for certain people. But I think that's a good idea, but it's hard to get your doctor to even take care of you as opposed to a form also. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
By the way, we're not gonna cycle through.
I apologize.
I did let that gentleman speak. The floodgates have opened.
you, break the rule.
I'm trying to keep this very brief.
Very brief, please.
I would just recommend to this council to review Cesco v. Belmar, which was quoted by Mr. Greenberg. And really have your council review that because Belmar had to pay back council's fees for the litigation, and I really would not like to see that occur here for the taxpayers of Bradley Beach. That's all. Thank you.
I'll make one quick last statement.
Yes. It's important, ladies and gentlemen, it's important. Trying to move it.
Wait, say one last.
Come on, front.
I was willing to pay, I don't know if it's feasible or not, but these collapsible sheds, if that's a possibility. It's something to think about this year before you move on anything, in my opinion. And I'd be willing to pay more as a non-resident, to help pay for the destruction of the ones that are present and the building of the new ones, whether it be $150 more, not every year, but maybe $200 more, or maybe $200, even more for 2 years to help pay for it. So you said something about expense. I'm certain other people really cherish them, We've been coming here, like I said, I have a lot of family members, big family members that spend a lot of money here, and we really like it here. It's been 60 years. And like to try and keep it that way. And I don't know if all the people are gonna come back. I will, I know, I really like it here a lot. I live in Ocean Grove, my parents started renting in 1969, when we eventually bought it. But we were, because of, I guess, religious reasons, Ocean Grove didn't have Sunday Beach, but I like Bradley Beach, somebody's like Kent Avenue. There was a warden that lived across the street that was friends with my firefighter uncle, said Kent Avenue is the best beach and this is the best beach. And I want to continue to be that way.
Thank
you. So it sheds will be that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment, and now move on to,
Somebody who has not spoken.
oh, I did not see you, I'm sorry.
You have to come up to the microphone.
Yeah, otherwise people on Zoom can't hear that.
I'm out enough. Thank you. Thank you. This is Rochelle, 411 Newark Avenue. Thank you. Just in reference to about the placard information. I have one for my location, and for the past 3 years that I've had one, I've had to provide a placard to the town besides a note. And the placards comes from the state, so that's just, can't be a scam if the state is awarding me or awarding a disability person.
No one up here is calling it a
Right, so I'm
scam.
just saying that, and it's not, they're not just giving away to anybody.
Right.
Okay, they're given an improved, the state takes it, I have a state approved driver's license that says I'm handicapped.
Right.
My husband has half a foot, he's awarded a handicap placard also. So all this stuff about scamming and the legality of the parking spots, 45 parking spots in this whole town, I know it's not that big of a town, but 45 parking spots, if they're proven to be legit, and you don't wanna bring in the American Disabilities Act into this, that for discrimination of handicapped people. I just think it's wrong to, go after the 45 spots. I mean, if they're not legit, then fine, they're not legit. And I have to tell you, we're out a lot with my car. I come home constantly. I find somebody in my spot. Normally I just say whatever. I wish they would put a note and say, here, I'm here, call me, I'll move my car. They don't. Only once in a couple of years that I did call the police because the car was there for 3 days. And even the police officer said to me, wow, you waited 3 days? I said, yeah, I'm gonna, what do I have to come after somebody and, but it was annoying. And finally after 3 days, I said enough's enough, that I had to walk, really far to get to my car. And at that time, I parked on Lake Terrace by the dog park. And I left my car there for 2 days because I couldn't get back and forth. And one of the neighbors over there called and said, there's a car here that hasn't moved in 2 days. So now I got to call from the police station and they wouldn't tow my car because I couldn't park where I was supposed to park. So parking is an issue, but the sake of 45 spots, if they're legit with state awarded identification, I don't see what the problem should be here for that.
And we're not changing that criteria, for example.
I thought that's what.
We updated it to the new, we updated it to the new.
Right, we never had
parking
it.
statute. The situation you described, you're not gonna have at all.
The only thing I will say, the
You're not,
stickers
no.
in the back window, my window's tinted, so you can't see my
Exactly.
sticker. And I didn't know until recently that I had to have the placard hanging in the car, it's always in my visor, but as of today, my placard is there. So-
That's why we've added the placard to be displayed because
Right, with.
tinted glass,
tinted
the
stick.
police can't
Right,
see the.
Correct, all right,
decal.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment and move to the approval of minutes. I'll make a motion that we approve November 6th, 2025 council business meeting minutes.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes. Okay, moving to ordinances, item 7 on the agenda, we have one introduction, bond ordinance 2025-39. There will be no public comment on this, but council, any comments or questions?
Well, we covered it recently. You answered all my questions. Thank you very much. And I know, and yeah, we're good.
You've answered all my questions, but if you could just explain publicly.
Yeah, at a fairly high level, a number of months ago, in anticipation of doing a construction project where we would renovate the sewer pump station on Ocean Avenue, we passed a bond ordinance for $500,000, which we were told would be more than adequate to cover the costs. Then we went out for bids and the lowest bid was $632,000. The highest bid was like $800,000. And you'll see a little later on today's agenda, we will be rejecting these bids because we don't have the bond authorization to spend that much money. This introduction is amending that earlier bond ordinance, bringing that amount from 500,000 to 900,000. We don't expect to spend 900,000. Very likely it'll be in that 600, 700 range. We just don't want to be caught short again. And you're allowed to, legally, we can authorize more of a spend and then not spend it. So we're being conservative with our new $900,000 estimate.
That's a question, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Something about filling the voids, the spaces beneath this building. I mean, there's a building there now. Why do those voids need to be filled? It sounds like just a lot of concrete. Like, why does that have?
John, we have all these engineers, including one on the council.
No, I know, that's why.
So no, I'm letting the folks know that.
So there,
Good.
I'm gonna
Please.
interject. So there are these large vaults that had all the old sewer equipment down in there, pumps and grinders and whatnot. And there's groundwater filling up in those vaults. When groundwater comes and goes, water comes in and out. The slab of that building is being supported by a steel beam. The building's almost 100 years old. And what we don't want to do is
just build new restrooms up there and not, and then have a situation where 5 years from now, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, we have a problem with the structural integrity just because of the age and water infiltration rusting to that beam. And we want to make sure if we're going to invest anything in here, that it's going to be set for the next foreseeable future without having to come back with some other issue popping up. We go do it cheap and say, oh, just leave it, let the water fill up there. But this is for public health and safety.
Thanks.
Right, if no other questions, I'll make a motion that we adopt that we approve the introduction of bond ordinance 2025-39.
Second. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to public hearing on two ordinance adoptions, which we've chatted about a bit already. Nonetheless, the first adoption that we want to consider is for ordinance 2025-37, which is the ordinance amending the chapter 9 on traffic in the borough's revised general ordinances, and this specifically pertains to special parking permits or otherwise known as handicap parking. I'm going to have any council comments first before I open it to the public. Any council comments or questions?
I had asked a bunch of questions, or at least suggested a couple of edits, and I had put it forth also to our attorney, Mr. Cannon. And I just want to ask if there's still an interest in one of my edits, which I can articulate and share, just to sort of clarify that proof is required for the caregiver, that the caregiver is a full-time resident in that location. Is that something that would benefit adding to the this current ordinance? There's a specific location.
Yeah, and to be clear, for the public as well as for the council, where is that?
It's 9-3-9-A2, item number 6. And it reads, a caregiver may be approved for use of the special permit space if they reside at the applicant's primary residence in Bradley Beach with a disabled individual. My suggestion potentially is to add proof of residency / tenancy required for caregiver permit. So I don't know if it's articulated elsewhere that proof needs to be shown in order to satisfy.
So without opining one way or the other on this, just to make sure everybody understands it, there is an upfront statement, I guess, A sub A1. The applicant's dwelling must be their primary residence. So with that comes an expectation they would provide proof.
When you can handle it with you can handle it administratively with something on the application, which is what it presumes, as a gentleman, I think one of the speakers actually mentioned. But I mean, including it in there is, you can put it in there.
It's just added clarification, I guess.
Yeah, it's just clarifying.
So Shauna, your suggested addition to, let me just make sure I get the citation, 9-3.9.
Right. 9-3-9A. A6.
What would you add to a caregiver may be approved?
Right, I would suggest proof of residency / tenancy required for caregiver permit. If a permit's gonna be issued to an individual other than the handicapped individual, we indicate that that individual should be living at that residence full time.
Which we do say, right? I just wanna make sure I'm
Yeah,
understanding.
she's just talking about the proof. I'm wondering if a caregiver came, like, would it be hard for them to prove? Like, none of the utilities aren't gonna be in their name, nothing's gonna be in their name. How would they?
It says if they reside at the applicant, so they would need to prove to our police department, correct, Captain? I mean, if you have situations like this now, our current ordinance says the caregiver may be approved if they reside at the applicant's primary residence. So Ms. Greenblatt is saying we should get proof of that, of them residing there.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the standard is now. The chief has been handling this since we were patrolling, we dealt with the traffic stuff. But yeah, that's not out of the realm of possibility for us to verify that. So I understand you wouldn't, if you don't have utility bill in your name, there's got to be some sort of, documents or proof that we're able to find, or code's able to find that.
Well, the caregiver could be living there full time, but their driver's license
Right.
could still be a different residence. But that's their
That's what I'm
job
saying.
is to stay there, but their house, so their driver's license still says, Elizabeth, New Jersey, for example. And, but yet they're living there as a caregiver. How do they demonstrate, how do they prove that?
Prevail in some of
Yes.
these.
So I agree with, letting the caregiver also utilize the spot.
Yes.
I'm just thinking it might be hard for them to prove that
Agreed.
they live there. I mean, letting them use it if they live there. I'm just worried that putting it in the ordinance makes it would be hard to prove. But I don't, that doesn't solve their problem of figuring it out.
I mean, so let me,
The smalls.
all of these things, all these statements that we say, if you have a driveway this, or if you possess a valid commission issued placard, all these things have to be proved, so I don't think we need to enter the word prove, they'll have to be proved.
Yeah.
But it raises a good question, does that caregiver need to be a primary, residence is primary, and I think what I'm hearing is.
Probably not.
Probably not. What do you think?
So a caregiver who's not living there can potentially be issued the permit for parking?
No, so they have to live there, they have to reside.
Right, so they have to reside there, but how do you determine?
What if they're not a family member, what if it's
Yeah.
24-hour nursing, or they might be primary residents.
Provide you
somewhere
a
else.
care contract, they provide you
There must
Right,
be
there'd be
some.
some sort of
a
contract.
live-in care agreement, a nanny agreement where.
But that's not a permanent residency, a primary residence, that's the
Right.
issue.
I just think we leave it. the way
Yeah,
it is.
Well, it doesn't say they have to be there permanent, it doesn't say the caregiver has to have, yeah.
Right now, it states,
Right.
okay, but if we were to change that to primary residence, their driver's license may not say that address.
Right.
So therefore, we shouldn't say that.
So we won't really know. We could be issuing a permit to a caregiver who is not residing there. And we indicate in the ordinance that the caregiver should be residing in that location. And whether it's a temporary or permanent.
I think to your point, they have to prove they reside there, right?
Well, that's
Showing a
right. If we
contract.
have that in the ordinance, I just.
If they. Well, it says if they reside, which in and of itself requires proof, but you're saying state that they prove they reside.
Is it necessary? I'm just suggesting, is it necessary for us to take that one step further to?
Does anyone have a concern about adding wording that would say special permit space if they prove they reside at blah, 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 like.
I'd just like to, the line that Shannon put together is prove a residence to be required. Just functionally what every section above that and everything else is required.
Yeah, everything
Really
else
just
is,
makes it.
everything else is primary.
And it's not
residence.
defining what the proof is.
This could not be, this might not be their primary residence. That's the concern.
Well, again, I'm just saying, it might be hard for them to prove it, if the police are gonna accept some alternative, I mean, I don't know, a contract with the home health company or whoever, like, that sounds good, I just don't want anybody to be boxed out that they don't have a driver's license or something that says that.
Again, I think we're trying to get at, do they really live there? And if they can prove that they reside there, is that adequate? But we're not saying primary residence.
Right.
Yeah.
Fine.
But
Right.
if we say, if they provide,
Well, I had put in proof of residency / tenancy required for caregiver permit. So it could be any sort of.
I'll note that the evidence to be a primary resident above is significantly more specific.
yeah, the prime.
I think we
primary
even
residence.
list driver's license, lease in the language above that. So that's why the Shannon's language didn't offend me, because it just said proof of residence. That could be an interview with the police to explain what's going on here. And like when they do their administrative tasks and the processing it, so, I think it's 6 on one and a half dozen on the other, to be honest with you. But making it clear that people have to bring some sort of proof that they're the caregiver resident. Even if it's the disabled, the person they're caring for should testify on their behalf is fine.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate, but.
Well, I
every-
also live in a world where you don't get anything unless you prove it, so
Yeah.
I don't have much sympathy. for
No, everything
the lack
has-
of proof.
Well, that's the point that I've made. Everything's gonna be proven, every one of these. So to add the word prove in this one only seems redundant to me, but everything else says primary residence. So what if the caregiver that's not their primary residence? They live in Wall, but they spend 24 hours, you know, at this residence.
As I recall, it's not obviously I'm putting it right now, but I don't believe it says primary resident. It just thinks it says we have to reside there. And then Shauna's language was proof of residency shall be required.
Yep, okay.
Right? So if that could be temporary resident, you know, at some level, someone has to make the decision whether the person gets the permit or not. And we trust the police to basically investigate it. And the nature of any system like this, especially our good natured police department or any official that gives out a permit like this, is not to give people a hard time, right? So in that process of not giving people a hard time, there are at least a few, if not several, of these permits that shouldn't be marked on the street right now. I think our investigation has determined that. Maybe more, we don't really know the number, but we know that there's a number of them out there that are not valid. So, and so I think we have to rely on the police, giving the police stricter parameters to issue them and giving them the justification to tell people, hey, you know, the rules have changed and I can't give this to you. You know, and I think you have to let that play out. Because someone has to make the decision. This is providing with the people who make the decision with stricter guidelines because they haven't been as strict, particularly on the doctor's notes, as we mentioned. But overall, I don't expect that this is going to drastically change the circumstances for these parking permits in town. Most of the people, I think the vast majority of people that already have them, they are justified and they're just gonna stay where they are. But, you know, that's the overall, I think in a nutshell, that's where we're at. But at some level, you have to ultimately leave it to the police to determine whether this is legit or not. And you've given them the tools now to tighten it up.
So, Ms. Greenblatt and I were just discussing if we cross out the word reside and we insert space if they prove residency. Is it 2 words instead of 1, but?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
Like
That's
you
fine.
loosened it up, you know.
Okay.
It sounds very non-substantive and acceptable to me.
Because the police will still decide, Greg.
Right.
All right,
That's it.
that was it, so no other comments or questions?
Well, I just want to say, I mean, there's a lot of discussion on this tonight. I believe, you know, some people that there is abuse of this special parking permit out there. I think we're just tightening it up. I think anybody that legitimately needs the space is gonna continue to get the space. So, you know, I think we're headed in the right direction on this, so I'm happy we're doing it.
Right, except there's a change and a significant change, which is that it will no longer be applicable for people who are not, where this is not the primary residence. That will impact some people.
I'd also put out objectively someone who doesn't live here and really had no idea about this issue until you asked me to look at the ordinance, and I've seen the data. You know, it doesn't pass the smell test that there's a significant concentration of them in the town. Does that mean that there's just a lot of disabled people happen to buy houses in this area, or did they talk to their neighbors about how easy it might be to get one? So that, from just 10,000 foot view, someone who doesn't live here and really had no idea about any of this, I looked at it and the way they're currently laid out doesn't necessarily pass the smell test. And I think this will solve that problem while maintaining the privilege and the ability of people who actually are disabled in the town to continue to just carry on, you know, from sitting over here. The beach lockers, you're on your own.
Yeah, I mean, just to recap, you know, we're establishing primary residence, so someone today is able to get their curb painted all year long, but they may only be spending 3 months here. But no one else can park there because it's a privatized parking space that the borough grants that individual for 12 months when they may only be here, say 3 for the summer. Another one I mentioned earlier is that we're adding this physician's attestation statement. It's still requesting physician approval. We're just giving more specific wording so we get more consistent submissions from physicians. We didn't mention this, but we want to be clear that in this amendment, this will be for municipal roadways only, so we will not be authorizing these on county or state roads because we are not gonna make separate application for that. Okay, caregiver, we just discussed, and a number of people have highlighted that we're raising the annual application fee from $50 to $200. $50 has been in this ordinance largely forever. And there are ongoing costs, not only the police surveillance. Yeah, for a new application, it's the signage that we put in and the painting of the curbs. And then every so many years, we repaint the curbs, and we're always, processing all the related paperwork for the physician attestation and so forth. So the best estimate we could come up with for the time spent on a per space basis was the $200 fee. So so where are we?
We're about to open it up to.
Yep, yeah, so no other council comments.
No.
Okay. With that said, I'd like to open this up to public comment, and again, some of you may have spoken already, you're welcome to speak again. Yes, sir,
Second.
Paul. Oh, I'm sorry.
Get
Get ready, Paul, with your comment.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Sever?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatese?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Paul the Champion, 411 at Lorraine Avenue. Wow, you guys are really making things complicated for yourselves.
Yes.
I think it's really unfortunate. Your whole discussion about caregivers. Why in God's name aren't these permits just for the address? Once you prove that there's somebody in that permanent resident in that address.
Exactly.
Then basically you get a placard with that address on it, and it can go in that person's car, the spouse's car, their caregiver's car.
We can't police it. We tie it one car per address. That's the answer.
Well, then, okay.
Because they have a decal. I know.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, that's.
Legally, you can't tie the placard to the address.
No, we do. No, so we do, but Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of how we police all of these spaces is we have on file one address, one placard, one evidence of a person's disability, and one car assigned. So we don't hand out 5 decals to 5 family members, all of whom may take turns chauffeuring a handicapped individual around. That's my understanding.
Yes, correct. Okay, and it can only be one. But you're gonna allow a caregiver to also have a placard for that address, is that right?
It's, again, this is the standard that already exists. We're not changing this. It's one decal per address. So the caregiver would have the decal in that case.
Okay.
Criteria, I'm saying
Yeah, I would
anything wrong.
imagine that in that situation, I find that. Person needs a caregiver, that person probably doesn't drive or have a car. So the caregiver is the person who most likely is responsible for transporting them around. So that's why you have that one placard for one address for the one person who actually drives the disabled.
And the car is registered.
Right.
To that.
Okay, wait your turn, please.
My second comment is about the permanent resident requirement. Why can't you have somebody who owns a house and is there for 5 months a year? When they're not there, just have them have a clause where they have to report that they're not gonna be there for extended period. And bag the sign so that it's no longer restricted parking.
I mean, what that was considered, there's a lot of expense to. First of all, there's a lot of inconsistency about that person's ability to report timely. And we would have no way of knowing if they were just driving around for the day as police were doing the investigation, if you will. And the individual, and then there's the cost of painting over. We paint it yellow, they're here for 3 months or 5 months, then they leave, and then we paint it gray, and they come back and we paint it yellow, then they leave and we paint it gray, and that's if they report it. I'm not saying you're incorrect, Paul, I'm just saying we've discussed it, and I discussed it at length with Chief Arnold, who couldn't be with us tonight. But this is where we ended up.
Good luck.
Yeah. Nancy.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condos. So I have a scenario. Because we know that I think crazy things. And. There I am in my home with my elevator,
and I'm sick and my health is failing, and I no longer have a car and I no longer have a driver license. My passport is good for 10 years. I just got a new one. And I have a care, and so I don't have a placard to give because I no longer have a car. But I require 24/7 caretaking. Now, that's not one person taking care of me. I got day shifts. I got weekend shifts. Whatever you're trying to do, I don't think solves any of that. And I respect and appreciate that you're trying to tweak something and make it more fair. But I don't think you really understand what caretaker is. And you've now given me some other reason than the 4 million reasons I have about and not sleeping at night. I don't have a solution, and I usually try to come here and offer one. So maybe it's some sort of portable decal that, you know, when the shift changes, it's given to the next person coming in, but we all know those are gonna fall apart, get lost in all of those scenarios. And again, I respect you cannot prepare for every situation, but I don't think what you're doing solves anything. I think it just makes things worse, and I know you wanna argue it with me.
No, I wanna give you an
Mr.
answer.
Mayor.
No, an answer.
We're not gonna do that.
Okay.
What do you want? Okay, we're good?
I was just gonna,
Okay.
I didn't want to cut you off. I was gonna try to help answer.
I'll listen.
So number one, what your concern that you're raising is not anything we're changing. This has existed to date. So, but you're making a valid point. My quick reaction would be, we have in here police discretion for shared driveways. We just talked about police discretion for a caregiver's residency. I'm sure we can't legislate for every single situation, but I believe we could certainly add police discretion. Again, it's our police who monitor these. And if it meant giving out 2 or 3 decals to 3 standard caregivers for one location, I can't imagine that would be a problem. We don't want to say unlimited for every caregiver, every relative. I mean, you give out 10 decals for one space.
I understand that. I also think it needs to be considered. And hopefully none of you have ever had to deal with this. But it's not necessarily so easy to get one caregiver. Sometimes you go through numerous people to get someone that is a good fit for the particular situation. So all of that, I think, needs to be taken into consideration along with the verbiage of police discretion, because we all know that does not sit well with me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I can see other hands. Yes, sir, Rafet.
Jack Kaplan, 409 Brinley. Speaking as an actual disabled person, I have some unfortunate experience in this matter, so I want to propose some compromises or solutions, because what we've got here is problematic on a few issues. First of all, can we please allow or find some way for non-resident homeowners to park? They aren't any less disabled than the rest of us. Yes, they're here for a certain number of months, right? I think the vast majority of them are here through the summer season. Can't we just set caps on, okay, it starts on this date, it ends on this date, and if there's a problem with the police and checking up on the spots, set hard dates, work it out with them, do something. But again, going back to the point about people, you know, the non-residents of beach loggers, they're a very, very valuable part of this community. We know that many people, disabled people in this town, are members of families who have been here for generations. Surely we have to be able to find some way to work that out. That's one. Two, and Linda made this point earlier, we have to allow street parking for people in wheelchairs and vans. whether or not they have a driveway. Right? 11 feet, as Linda noted, 11 feet is required. My driveway is 9 feet. By the way, it's also on a slope, so it would fail on 2 levels. And I think every driveway in Bradley Beach that I know of, right, is not gonna allow space for a van and a wheelchair. So that's 2. And 3, Mr. Mayor, I respectfully disagree about the $200 fine. I made some, not fine, sorry, not a fine, $200 fee, annual fee. I called around, no one around us charges anything close to that. Ocean Grove, I spoke to them yesterday, it's $100 one-time fee. And I would point out that in the spirit of not dropping too much money on people who are disabled and already spending money on all sorts of things. When you go to the motor vehicle office and you apply for a permit there, you know what they pay? You know what they pay? $4. So I get that there's work involved, but again, surely there's some way we can work this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Yes, Tracy.
Tracy Davidson, 3044. I'd just like to mention about the driveway aspect of this ordinance. Speaking as the daughter, my father is deceased, of a double amputee who lived at 212 Lorraine. It's not the house that's standing there now, but a very narrow driveway. And as his problems progressed, and he went from a cane to a walker to a wheelchair, he needed a spot in front of the house because he could not pull himself, he had tremendous upper body strength, but pull himself from the passenger seat of a car, slide himself into a wheelchair, roll himself down the driveway where, and this is really an important point, he had a ramp in the back of the house. Neighbors built that ramp for him because that's what Bradley Beach was. It was a very nice neighborly town. It's not that way anymore. I don't see it that way. They built that ramp in the back, and then a neighbor said to him, why don't you just get space in front? You're struggling. Get a space in front. And so he did. None of the neighbors complained. It was not a big deal. But that made a very hard life that he had every single day from the minute he woke up a little less hard. And it also made it a little less hard on my mom, on me, and everybody else in the family. So when you talk about, because you have a driveway, all your problems are solved, they aren't. So I would think it should be on a case-by-case basis. And when the police come or whoever comes to investigate the situation, they take certain things into account. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in the back.
Drew again, I really don't get the primary resident issue with this. I just don't get it. You have taxpayers paying the same amount of taxes as everyone in here, yet you're giving a group of people a privilege that a group of handicapped people don't have. What do I tell my wife after this meeting, after you vote this, that I'm sorry, honey, we're not primary residents, you're gonna lose your space and maybe have to park in Ocean Grove, and somehow you're gonna have to attempt to get to my house. I think it's unconscionable. I really do. I think this is being rushed through. I don't understand what the big rush is with this. Why won't you make changes by taking the spots off the state roads and county roads? Make changes by doing your investigation about the fraudulent use of these. Look at the numbers that come from that, and don't treat the taxpayers different. You can always go back and take a look at this again. What if the number drops from 46 to 31? It may very well be, with the extra cost of it and the extra scrutiny that is obviously going to get now. So is that really a big deal for Bradley Beach? And that's like a reason to take this away from my wife?
So
I would, oh, I'm sorry.
No question, sir.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand.
Sure.
You're saying you live in this house in Bradley, but you're not
We live in the house,
Primary.
we own the house in Bradley.
Yep.
I live in Connecticut as my primary residence, but we spend 5 months a year here when we're here at the house. And let me tell you something, having that parking space has been a godsend. So I just don't understand what the whole idea is with the primary resident. We're taxpayers, just like everybody in this room who lives in Bradley are taxpayers if they own homes. So I don't get it. I think you should wait on this until you discuss a little further amongst yourselves about the whole primary residence statute and table this for the next meeting. That would be my suggestion.
I will say, I appreciate your suggestion, and I'm not saying we won't reconsider, but just so you're aware, the reason this is, on a kind of fast track for some amendment, because there are many challenges we face today, and we wanted to improve it, is because people can apply beginning January 1st. So we were trying to resolve this before the end of
I think the form is a tremendous idea. I think if fraud is going on, nip it in the bud. It's not right. I'm all for that. But why don't we enforce it first and then see what you're looking at? I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me to do, if you change 5 things, you don't know which thing changed what. But if you change 1 or 2 things at a time, you start to see the impact. But I mean, we don't even know how many people are in my situation here. And who legally and need this, and you have to have this, and you're frankly gonna wreck some of the quality of my life and my wife's life by excluding the non-primary taxpayers. That's all I gotta say, guys. All right, thank you.
Other comments, questions? Don, right there.
So I just want to echo about the non-primary residents. Oh, Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave.
Thank you.
I just want to echo about the non-primary residents. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer. And if it costs more to manage those spaces, then have a 2-tiered system. If you're a non-primary resident and it's going to cost the town more to paint over a couple times, or take the signs down or bag them, then charge a little more. And I do think the 200 is a little outrageous because a lot of these people who are handicapped may also have income issues. Okay, so you're going to be pricing them out of the space. And the last thing is, we were actually talking about a simple solution for the caregivers because not everybody has one caregiver. There are shifts. Okay, a million years ago, before I met Marianne, I dated a nurse who did that. Right, and she worked 1 shift. She had people working 3 shifts. Instead of a sticker, make it a specific caregiver placard that they can use. That the person who lives there has the placard to give to the caregiver, and they can just share it. I mean, how much would it cost? $5-10 to make a placard instead of a flimsy sticker? So that might be a solution for the caregivers because not everybody has one caregiver that lives there, 24/7, 365. So that's it.
Thank you. Lauren?
Thank you. The one thing that
Thank you.
I completely concur with the gentleman who are here. I just need you. Lauren. Sorry, they have Brindley Avenue, Bradley Beach. I will get it one day.
It's okay, don't worry, it's fine, thank you.
I completely concur. I cannot imagine the administrative difficulties of solving, not being able to be resolved. To have people who are here, who own a house here, who pay to have a house here, who come here for 3 months, who are legitimately handicapped, to not have space in front of their house. I mean, to me, that is just completely unacceptable from the door. And, if it takes painting the stripes blue instead of yellow, and blue means, it just, it can be that, again, bagging the sign sounds brilliant. Or just let that parking spot be there, or inform the police that they don't need, I don't know if this is impractical for the police, but perhaps they could be informed that they don't need to enforce people not parking there for that period of time. And I'm sure this gentleman actually would pay painters to come and paint the curb over if you gave them that opportunity. But that's unacceptable from the door. The issue with caretakers too, I mean, I understand that the disabled person is getting 1 space.
So I don't know why we're concerned if their caregiver lives there. If they don't live there. If they're there, you know, you're gonna have, you could have, the wife comes home from work at 5. And can handle, and you know, what the disabled person needs. But they need a caretaker who can get in and out. Before, I mean, once you've established that no one else that's not connected to that house with that disability. Can use that space. Really, why do you care whether it's a support person or that person in, you know, but that person's car in it? You know, and I think you're just complicating your life with that. And I would say, you know, with ordinances in general, you know, when we have parts that don't work. And you go to fix one part, I would implore you to put in the extra time and the extra thought to fix the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? I mean, right now, you can take a look at the criteria, or maybe right now, just write an ordinance that says you have to have this form. And then, you know, deal with the form, find out who's really disabled, and then we'll go from there. But then when you do look at this, at the ordinance, you can look at, there's places like administrative requirements. It says in January of every year, special parking permit applications will be made by the Borough of Bradley Beach. In January, doesn't say when. Then it says all applications must be received by January 31st. So I guess the town could take till January 30th to put the applications out. And then by January 31st, the people have to respond. Then on number 2, it says all applications will be reviewed during the month of January by the police department. And permits will be issued by the chief of police if eligible. It's what you have is you have the permits that are up in December. And then the renewal application is reviewed after January 31st. So we've got things to work on in this, just before all these major changes are made without really thinking of the consequences for real people's lives and how their lives work. Maybe we could just clean up the whole thing, just shelve it and look at it and get it right.
Thank you. For the record, most of the comments folks have been offering are criticizing the current ordinance, not the changes. The one exception, no, all that you just mentioned without.
Saying is why make major changes that are questionable, that are gonna change people's lives
No, I know, it's a valid comment. I'm not.
in a rush? And then to look at code and leave code with problems, like, let's just review it, let's just review an ordinance once.
It's
I'm
simply-
challenging the ordinance, just to be clear on that.
Yeah, no, it's understood, and 100%. The change in a residency requirement is a significant change. All of the administrative concerns that were raised, these are not changes we've made. So I'm just trying to distinguish when we say, when you're changing something important, change everything. We actually thought we were doing that and we weren't changing things we didn't think were broken until Ms. Egbert, you just highlighted. I just want to make it clear to folks, everything that we're attempting to do, we believe is in the best interest of the borough, and you know, we're gonna continue to work in the best interest of the borough without preempting however we're gonna vote tonight. But people need to just understand, you know, we've workshopped this. We had an introductory meeting where we're now gratefully getting feedback from folks. But understand, it's not like we rushed through this. There's been a tremendous amount of time and effort spent on this, and now we're continuing to get feedback, and I'm sure we'll all, you know, consider that feedback. But I just need people to know this is not something we've rushed through. So thank you, Linda.
Linda Duffy, or Linda Muslimka Duffy, 312 Brindley Avenue. I was reviewing this and the portion that's 9-3.9 that says you will not be responsible for applying or and receiving an application on county and state roads, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Well, this is the state paper that says it's your responsibility. I'll read it to you.
You did.
And it's in section C.39 70:4-197.52.6. Authorizes municipalities to establish handicapped spaces in front of residences, schools, hospitals, public buildings, and in shopping and business districts. So I don't know who wrote this ordinance, this version. I don't know if they did their homework. Would you like this paper?
Sure.
Okay.
My understanding on that is that,
It's up to you. It's up to the town.
it's,
And we already have existing handicap parking on Lake. Did you not know that?
okay, that's state, you said.
No, state. The municipality, this is the state. There's nothing in the county. They refer to this.
Okay, my understanding, and again, we'll take this into further consideration with our legal counsel, is that that is an option for the borough, but in order for us to actually paint a space, we need to.
It's
inform the
already
county.
there, so we have done it in the past.
You're saying we
So
can just do it without contacting the state or the county? No, you don't.
you could probably contact them, but there's no special permitting. So the other problem I have is the driveway thing, which I spoke to before. I don't understand why. I do understand why each space in front of each resident is identified by a car. So the car breaks. What do? You can't look at the placard that's in the car that's registered to that person. I'm just asking.
So, I mean, if you will, just, I'm not taking a position one way or
I know
another,
you
but
don't have
just
to.
for informational purposes. In the past, like several years ago, like 10, 15 years when I was on the road as a sergeant. We would come across a lot of situations where people who had the space would park in front of the space to reserve that for their friends and family that were coming down in the summer.
I'm talking about,
That happened all the time.
that's still
So-
happening all the time.
So that's why I think the changes were made to start identifying the space with
The person.
the person, and then the space with the one vehicle. But again,
But
in your
again-
situation, if something like that happens, we investigate, it's.
I know,
not
you
a
just have to knock on
definitive-
the door, like,
Yeah,
hi,
it's not a definitive.
officer so and so,
Yeah.
is that your vehicle? I mean, that's all that has to be asked. Those stickers, you can't even see them from the street. So that's, makes no sense at all. Why are we giving a caregiver a space?
If the person doesn't drive and they have a live-in caregiver and they don't have a driveway, I don't see why the caregiver can't get a space. If
Because
they live there,
they don't necessarily live there.
okay,
They
this says. if
I
you have to
had
prove
this
that
in
you
my
live
family for
there.
years, John, and not necessarily does a caregiver live there.
Okay,
Every caregiver I had for my mother and father came from the Bronx. I picked them up at the bus stop.
okay, and then if they go home to the Bronx every day, then they don't get a space, but if they choose to live in the place.
But,
This says they have to prove that they live there,
but
and then they get a
they
space.
do live there for an extended period of time, Monday through Friday, once a month, maybe. They go back to where they have a residence in another place. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I put my mother into the car through cars. It happens. You can do it. The other thing I have to say is, why is it January 1st to January 31st? I don't want to say this. I could have a stroke in July and maybe need a space. How is that? Why isn't that addressed in here?
It's for the renewal.
It's for the
You
renewal.
can apply.
Yeah, you can apply.
Apply anytime.
Does it say that you can apply every time?
You can.
Well, I think the idea, again, we did not change this. This has been the existing ordinance for decades. But someone somewhere 20 years ago said, hey, let's do these reviews once a year, so in January. To the
So
extent somebody becomes disabled mid-year, I know they come to the office.
I would think that they would be given one if they could.
Yeah,
And I think Mr. Nishampkin had that idea with the bag. I think that's genius. So here's this copy. You can look it over
thank you.
at your leisure. Thank you.
Other comments or questions in the room? Yes, sir, Mr. Cohen.
Thanks. Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I appreciate the council reviewing this ordinance and following up on it. I sat in this forum when Mayor Engelstad was the mayor, and they wanted to cap the number of spaces at 75, which was absurd. It didn't go through. People who lived in town, didn't have driveways, were upset about the fact that, wow, it could be 75 of these things. So there is a frustration for people that also don't have driveways. But what I admire about this, we're creating the opportunity to privatize a public asset for the benefit of someone who is handicapped. And that is a wonderful thing. And you making people go through the process. I mean, I had foot surgery. They offered me an application for a handicap space. I said, I don't need it. But, you know, some people get better from foot surgery. I can walk 18 holes in it. Would I need it? No, I wouldn't need it. So the fact that you're going through this process to really review the oversight submissions that you're given is really wonderful, and we're really truly helping people who need it. But there's a lot of people in town, and a lot of these folks weren't at the other meetings. This was prompted by residents saying, hey, I look at this space for the whole winter that I can't park there. People have been in here saying that. And they may not be here tonight, just like not everybody who's on the waiting list for the lockers is here tonight. But thank you for doing this. The master plan specifically says that we have a parking problem in town. That's a non-starter right there. So what you're doing is improving the management systems for the spaces that we have. And I can't wait till you line the spaces on Main Street, because that'll be another big help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments or questions in the room? Yes, sir, Mitch.
I didn't get started.
Hi, Mitch Clark, 303 Third Avenue. I love hearing the feedback from everybody. It really makes you stop and think. And I think that's what this is all about. My first feeling about hearing the ordinance and reading about it, the driveways, it seemed like a no-brainer. It's like, oh, of course, you have a driveway. And we're fortunate, I know when my mom comes to visit and we have to get her out of the car, I have a driveway. And I think about how we struggle to get her out of the driveway. I'm one of those people that has a driveway that looks like this. And trying to get her somewhere, and then of course, one side of the driveway, 2 to 3 foot high wall that you can't even, the passenger side is impossible. So when somebody's driving my mom here, we either have to rearrange the car, back up the driveway, do something else. So I can understand challenges that could be faced by somebody who has a narrow driveway. So I've heard people say, listen, even if you do have a driveway, there are other considerations to think about when it comes to, maybe it is the width of the driveway, maybe it's the slope of the driveway that really doesn't help people who need that additional access. And also with regards to the timing of the parking, you know, I understand certainly in the summertime, we know what the parking is like. My first thought was, well, you don't have to do anything with the sign except remake them and say, this is in effect from May till September. And there's no need to unpaint anything. There's no need to put a cover on anything. You know, we have rules about dogs on the beach from October to May. So there's you know, no parking on certain streets because of the street sweeper on Tuesdays to whatever it is on Ocean Avenue. So it's not something novel about informing people about parking through the use of signage that says, okay, you know what, in the wintertime, it's fair game. You know, it's only in the summertime when residents need that. Because I think it's been made very clear that, you know, in the wintertime, you know, I look up and down the streets and, you know, there is lots of parking. That may not apply to every single street. I know if you go up, you know, Fifth Avenue, the one-way street by the beach plum, that just always seems to be a nightmare. So I think that some consideration could be made for people with driveways. As well as maybe making some notification, but it just doesn't sit well. Somebody, and we had residents versus non-residents, but when you're a homeowner in this town paying property taxes 12 months out of the year, you should have the same benefit as other people who are doing the same.
Mitch, before you step down, just, I want to make sure I understood your recommendation. You said, were you saying instead of painting the curb?
No. I said, I think you can keep the curbs the same way they are, but the sign, because I think the sign is not. I don't know which way the sign faces. I think it faces when you pull in.
Yes.
Right, so as long as if it's visible when you're pulling in, I swear I saw some signs facing the house, but as long as it's visible, that it says, okay, May through September, this is the reserved spot. Afterwards, it's not.
I'm just thinking we may, if we were to look at that as an alternative, I think we'd have to consider not painting the curbs up, but rather maybe delineated space.
You're absolutely right.
Because the color,
nobody's
people
gonna be
won't
able to judge that and say, oh, let me make sure I leave, 18 or 22 feet or whatever the amount of feet that would never happen. But yeah, they don't necessarily, I don't know if there's a rule that they need to be yellow or blue, but if they're delineated some other way, I'd say people would probably be happier with a little white line than the yellow line, but.
Or we can just keep painting over them over and over. Okay, thank you, sir. Other comments or questions in the room? Yes, Miss? Mrs. Ms.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. I just wanted to say that I hear everybody, and it is so difficult trying to manage all of this. But all I can think of is what's been inherited since the nightmare we had prior to this mayor. And knowing a mayoral candidate had his own curb painted yellow, so he could have a spot. This is what we're trying to fix, is the nightmare that came before this. And I appreciate, as hard as it is and how long these meetings are, I appreciate we're finally fixing things. So thank you.
Thank you. No other questions or comments in the room? Look to Zoom. Anything in Zoom? Okay, I see nothing. I would, yes.
One sentence?
One sentence, please. Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, considering that it's one space, there can be caretakers that don't live in a house that transport that person.
We understand.
To doctor's appointments and so on. But I think that in overall, the whole thing may be a little simpler than it looks when you back away from it a little bit. And I hope that it will be tabled and worked through.
Thank you. Okay, I'll make a motion that we close public comment.
Second. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Newicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubitosi?
Yes. So before we vote, I just want to recap some of the things I've heard and ask the council to confirm or deny. Significant concerns raised about primary residence, and one proposed solution was have the ability to create a reduced time frame, so 3 to 5 months, for example, for a lot of residents who own property but still are not primary. And I took notes here with that. The suggestion was maybe even have layered pricing. If that is going to include a lot more work because we paint and unpaint and paint again, maybe that is priced at a higher amount to cover borough costs. We also just heard Mr. Karp say, maybe there's no painting and we do it all through signage. I think that might be challenging for our police to police, because people are just with no painting. I think there's a risk of people not following the intent of preserving that space. There were comments that I captured raising concern about the width of the driveways. I think that A2, which does talk about off-street parking and does provide police discretion, I think we could, if we so chose, we could consider tweaking that language ever so slightly, but I think we largely have that covered even as the ordinance stands right now. Because the police could say there's not viable off-street parking if you have a 9 foot wide driveway. And then the caregiver placards, this whole conversation about caregivers. It did raise a good point, at least for me. I just want to test the council's reactions. That being, you absolutely could have multiple caregivers, and how would we, if we were to tweak this, how would we tweak it? Somebody said have multiple placards. What we want to make sure we don't do is have multiple placards for every residence. And we'd probably take us down a path of having to define caregiver. My daughter's a caregiver, so does she have a placard even though, you know, she is here for a few hours? But we have other caregivers and my nephew comes and he helps sometimes and he's a caregiver. The concern is, how do we control that?
Well, you're saying this is excuse me. Are you saying this isn't something new? I would ask, Lieutenant Browning, how many people apply for this that were caregivers? Captain, Lieutenant Detective, Captain, okay, Captain, yes. Sorry, I know, and I still call
I don't
Captain,
have that
okay,
number off the top of my head, but I don't think there's really that many.
that's what I'm saying,
If any at all.
right,
Most, from my understanding, I don't monitor, that's not specifically one of my, details, but I really don't think there's many at all.
right, and if
If
someone were to.
there's any.
Someone were to apply that has multiple caregivers, how would you handle that situation?
Everything's handled just on a case by case basis, and we would look into that and see what's the necessary, does the resident have a car? Is there one primary, car use? Is like, I don't know how many, again, every situation, there's a million situations that we're gonna run into, so we just,
Of course, yeah.
adapt accordingly. But I mean, how many people come use that spot, we'll address it.
Right,
And
it
if
sounds,
they explain to us, hey, listen, we have permanent caregivers, but they only stay there's 7 of them in one day a week or something like that, we would deal with that.
okay,
We would find a way to deal with that.
great,
I think the greatest part of this is that we want to avoid a situation where there's a spot out there and the spot is kind of abused with, and I'm not suggesting anyone abuses it necessarily, but that it's abused, that it's a dedicated spot and, my friend is coming over and can park there in favor of the general public. So I think that was our issue in terms of trying to determine, that particular spot to that home, to, any registration on a vehicle or whatever that's going to assign it for that specific purpose and not to abuse that spot. So however we can come to that in the most simple way.
And I think that situation, we largely have it covered, correct me if I'm wrong, with the current trend. I think, to me, I think most of these things we have covered with the glaring exception being the primary residence requirement, which we know is the biggest challenge. But as I've listened to the audience and I've listened to others, while we could tweak with the driveway to just, make a little reference, and we could tweak caregiver to better define it. I think the more significant challenge that we would face as a council is whether or not we think it's, appropriate to have some sort of layered approval that says, okay, it's not primary residence, but if you are primary residence, you pay a lower fee and you get this painted curb, and if you're here no more than 3 to 5 months or whatever the range, we'd have some alternative solution.
or rather than just a solid yellow, maybe you make it stripes, and then the neighbors know, oh, okay, when they're gone, I can park here again. Because they're seasonal, and I think that's what people say, like, I look at this empty spot all winter and it's kind of aggravating. So you paint it a little bit differently, and the neighbors know, cause that's accommodating everybody then.
And have proper signage that indicates
Yeah,
that.
and they'll say seasonal,
So it's not just
you know,
code that.
seasonal
certain
special need
people know.
parking, so then, yeah, the neighbors can park there once the person goes to Florida or somewhere else.
Other comments or
I
questions?
would agree that the primary resident issue is the biggest issue. I mean, you can create all kinds of machinations about driveway widths, and every house has its own little particular issue. But the primary resident one, as one gentleman had pointed out, is really a key thing, 5 months of the year. And then to take and lose that spot with no driveway, it basically takes away his ability to, come to his home. So I think we gotta find a way to be able to accommodate that.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say that I think the best thing I heard on the primary residence versus non-residents is the signage, so maybe on the application, there's just, are you applying for a 12-month year-round application, or you're applying for a seasonal application, and we make a distinction with the sign. I will warn us about trying to solve every single thing. I think we were pretty circumspect and people did a good job on this. Let's not get into well, what about this? What about that? What about we wait till these folks tell us this situation has arisen or that situation has arisen, and then this body can address that as time goes on. We're not gonna get it perfect right now, is what I'm saying.
I mean, a good example of what you're referencing is the caregiver thing. That sounds like it's not,
Yeah.
it's not really
Let's
an issue
how
yet.
many, we got none of them, yeah, 5 of them.
Right.
No, we have to address it.
And again, what's your thinking on the broader issue? I think the larger issue, primary residence requirement.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's addressed by the sign the way to carve, I think. It should be allowed, but through the signage, and when people are applying, they're applying for either a year round or what's called seasonal.
Well, and then the neighbors would know that is marked as, so a general person driving into town may not realize that, I guess, but somebody who lives there would know that, oh yeah, it's seasonal. It's identified it on the sign and they know they can pull.
And it's January, so I can park there, right? That.
Okay, so with that, I'm gonna make a motion that and you don't have to support this, but I'm gonna make a motion that we table our vote on this until we have an opportunity, until we have an opportunity to make a few relatively modest adjustments, but I don't think they would be de minimis adjustments, so I think we need to revisit
So,
and reintroduce.
right, reintroduce. So are we tabling it then, or? If we're gonna have to reintroduce.
Yeah, we're gonna have to withdraw. I'll make a motion that we withdraw.
Second,
Mr. Noble,
yes.
Ms. Greenblatt,
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose.
Yes. Okay. A little more work to do on that.
One question,
Yes, sir.
if the applications have to go out,
Yeah.
table this to when, could you send out the new applications now? To start this process of.
As it is, applications have been coming in and we're not responding to them yet until we had resolved this. So we're gonna have to come up with some sort of a communication and continue, I would think, again, this is me responding top of my head.
Right.
That will probably grandfather or permit or whatever, all of the current ones to roll into January if we need that much time. And then figure out whatever the new requirements would be. So there's gonna be some ability to not, for us not to respond to applications until we know what the law is gonna be. At the same point, allow people to continue parking until we figure it out.
Well, I think this is a great compromise, to be honest with you. You said you were gonna compromise in the beginning of this, the last meeting, and I think this is really a true compromise and you should all be proud of that.
Well,
Thank
thank you for all of your feedback. The thing we always run into, and we welcome feedback, we encourage feedback. We just can't always agree with all the feedback we hear. A lot of times the feedback is in stark opposition to one another. So, but I think we're always gonna try to do the right thing, and you won't always agree with us, but we're gonna keep trying.
And I'm, as an outsider, and I was very heavily involved. I lived in Jackson for forever, and it was a nightmare council. So I just want to say congratulations on not allowing perfect to be the enemy of good.
We've heard that before.
We have, so
The hits keep coming, but special council meeting in December, maybe, we can get this done.
I definitely see that.
Well, I'm sorry. I withdraw my statement because I understand it was somebody else's.
Oh, no, it's all good. No, when you say it's perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
all right, so we have officially withdrawn 2025-39, correct, Erica?
37.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, 37.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose, I think I just took a second vote on that.
I think
I
we
did.
I'm gonna vote yes
It's
again.
a ratification of the first. one.
Okay, right, whatever. It's withdrawn. I got it.
Okay,
No, I don't wanna ratify the ratification.
let's move on to the adoption
3 hours already.
of ordinance 2025-38. This is clearly the beach locker ordinance. We've had a lot of comment already, but we are now officially going to open it the public hearing in a minute. Any other comments from the council or questions?
Yeah, sure. I'll start. This is a bad idea. I don't see how removing the eligibility of 150, 200 people. To not be able to have lockers anymore after the 2026 season. If it's truly 200 people, maybe they probably buy 5 beach badges each. I mean, some people buy more, some people buy less. It's 1,000 beach badges. I don't, next year when you're looking at the numbers, you're like, oh, we had a dip in the seasonal, it's gonna be because 1,000 people decided that they're not coming here because you kicked them off the list for lockers. I think there are some solutions, and I also kind of like what Mitch said, like, what if, like, maybe we could hold back on this until we actually explore some of these other options that for stores, for winter stores that were raised. I was thinking, but then somebody else mentioned Rooting and Wood has a giant front yard. Maybe we could use that. You know who uses their backyard of that property or the next? I don't know if it's the same. Ocean Grove. Ocean Grove got smart and said we were gonna put some of our stuff, they're not lockers, but I think they put beach equipment.
They own it.
Oh, they own it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, well, either way, it's in our town and they got smart and that's what they did. I mean, there's a ton of room at the recycling center, the DPW yard that exists. There's the DPW yard at Evergreen. We know one's gonna turn into the other, but we're probably gonna have that space one day. And then this one's the original, this one's mine, so I'm gonna, okay? We are building a new bulkhead to go south, you guys be quiet, to go south from Third to the edge of town, to better protect the third town. Kind of proud of this, because this was an idea, I said, this is crazy that it's not protected by a bulkhead. What if some super savvy engineer made a bulkhead that had locker spaces in it and still provided the same kind of protection? Do I hear it? Okay, so my point is, if we kick all these people off the list and say you can't have it, and then we solve this problem, the space. I mean, what if the collapsible locker thing that was going, what if we find out it exists and they're $50, and also got to pay the tariff from China, and then like, still be $200. So
Yeah, I was just saying.
the problem is, I'm just worried that we're gonna do this and then maybe solve this winter storage problem, which is really the crux of it. And then we're gonna have all these people mad at us and not coming to our town. And I have to ask, where does it stop? I mean, are we gonna tell people at the Halloween costume contest that they can't win because they don't live in Bradley Beach? Where does this stop? People brought up the concessions, just to be clear, or the surf camp and other things like that. Those are concessions. They're not, I don't think they're covered by the public trust doctrine. It's a concession that we have and we can choose to give it or not. Choose it. I think they're open to all comers though. I will point out that the last couple of years, correct me if I'm wrong, we've had no bidders on a concession for chair and beach chair, beach umbrella. As a concession, we've had no bidders. So I mean, maybe that would change, but I don't think that solves the problem for 200 people that are And famously, I'm not running for office again, but it sounds like maybe I could run in Neptune City. I think I might be. Alright, so, that's it. Thank you for the time.
Can I
Yeah,
say
please.
something?
Yeah.
So I was elected a year ago to serve Bradley Beach and to serve the residents of Bradley Beach. I've been very aware that there is a significant waiting list for Bradley Beach. We are a warm and welcoming town, whether or not we try and accommodate our residents or whether we continue to accommodate the out-of-town residents. We have so many people in Bradley Beach who have very similar stories, who have been here for generations, who value their history in Bradley Beach, who have a strong sentimentality to Bradley Beach. Who have been to some degree disenfranchised because they don't have the opportunity to have a locker. And again, it's really an issue of parking. We bear the brunt of the tourism industry in summer, of our streets being completely full. So if we move a car to have to bring chairs down to the beach, and come back, and then there's no parking spot. That's a reality for those of us who live in Bradley Beach. There are events, Bradley Beach has so many summer events through tourism that welcomes and brings in others from out of town. We have weekly events going on in Riley Park and at the ocean front that are free to people. And so many people from out of town come. We welcome them. We have fireworks, we have bonfires. We have a summer camp program that's largely populated by campers who come from Neptune City. We collaborate with Neptune City with recreation. So we're looking to share services and space with Neptune City because we're adjacent to them, and we do have this agreement it would be great if we could store some of our lockers in Neptune City, but the problem is that there are many other people from other towns, and we would not be able to discern the out-of-towners from those who are very close out of town and those who are right here. You know, I have a sister who lives in Ocean Grove who's not happy with this. She has a beach locker that she's had for about 20 years in Bradley Beach, but she also understands that her sister serves on council in Bradley Beach and serves the residents of Bradley Beach as a priority. So, we care about our residents too. And I understand the plight of those of you who have had lockers for many years, who live outside of town. Many of you still arrive with your car and come up to the ocean front, can just as well, store your chairs in the car and do a drop off. In the way that many of Bradley Beach residents need to do. So, I really feel for the residents of Bradley Beach who have been on these wait lists for a long time. And so in that respect, I'm very much an advocate of it. And we are a caring community. We welcome all of you to our beach. We create a beautiful beach experience because we are a beach that our community swells in the summer. So there's a lot that the residents live with by being this oceanside beach community. So please understand that. And any of us who are looking to try and serve our residents, we are not looking to disenfranchise those of you who are outside of Bradley Beach. So that's really not the intention. So that's kind of what I wanted to say once we go into public comment again. But there were a couple of points that were made that's suggesting that we want to be exclusive to our residents and that's a problem. This is something in every town that legislators and people who are running the town really try to serve their own constituency. And so that's been my commitment as a council person to the residents of Bradley Beach, with the waiting list that has 333 people on it, many of whom are residents in Bradley Beach that are really not being served. So with that.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else, comments or questions?
Yes.
Okay, oh, sorry.
I just want to say that, Councilman Greenblatt, well put, and we have a lot of compassion for our neighbors, and I think that's really important to the broader community. And yes, our job is to serve our residents, and then the broader communities, second. So and unfortunately, sometimes that wins and sometimes that loses, but it's a hard place to be in. So I think you said it very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion that we open it up to the public for public discussion.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatosi?
Yes. Public comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, hi, so just a couple of quick comments.
Would you mind coming up again?
Oh, sorry. Bill Kelly, 99 Steiner Avenue, Neptune City. So candidly, it's tough to talk about this locker thing, even though I'm here for that, and they're hearing the challenges of the complexities of people with handicap parking. So that said, we have moved on, so I'm going into that. Just a couple of quick comments, like Councilman Weber said, this really comes down to a winter storage issue, and with all due respect to the other two council members' comments, if it's not, it shouldn't be a Bradley resident versus a non-Bradley resident issue. If in good faith, the council is saying, if we could find winter storage, we'd figure out the issue. With all due respect, it doesn't sound like the winter storage thing has been examined that closely, and I think there should be time given to do that. I did some research while I was sitting here. The 500 lockers are stored in about 62 parking spaces in the Kent Avenue thing. I did an old Google shot, and 62 parking spaces to get an extra 150 lockers. You probably don't need about 20 parking spaces somewhere to do that. Has anybody asked the Columns right around the corner was an empty parking lot all winter? I'm just being facetious about that, right? But places like the Columns, a Little League in Wall Township that has an empty parking lot all winter. They love to take our things, and we buy uniforms with the money that was raised to store it there. So I just think the idea of, as Councilmember-elect Carp said, we need to research the winter storage issue. And it's not a Bradley versus non-Bradley thing. If we research it and we find out there's no winter storage problem, we've really researched it, then move forward with, as a non-Bradley resident, I would say if there's really no place to be able to put the winter storage, then I would say it should be for Bradley people. But I think we should research the winter storage before we make a decision.
Great, thank you. Other comments or questions in the room? Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask you,
We just need your name and address again, sorry.
Tia Din from Ocean Grove.
Thank you.
You briefly explained the funding of the beach lockers, and I didn't quite catch you. If you could further explain it to me, I thought you mentioned that perhaps building the lockers, the initial funding, $600 or $575, that funding was used separate from the beach utilities to build the lockers. Is that correct?
What I was saying was, it's not beach utility funds. I think that was your phraseology in your first comments. It's funds provided by residents of, Ocean Grove and every place else, but we don't commingle those with other beach utility revenues and expenses, so.
Thank you, and I just want to let you know that I actually use those terms because I viewed the prior recordings on YouTube, and you use those terms and you referred to it as the beach utility funding, and you actually mentioned that it came from the beach utility funding. So
It is there. I guess we're talking around in circles a little. It is currently as part of our beach utility, but it's segregated. We account for it separately. It's part of the beach utility. But it's a wash in terms of cost allocated. We set the prices to cover our costs. So there's no profitability, there's no loss. What we will do going forward, just to make sure I'm clear, is we will take that box of revenues and expenses out of the beach utility and put it in the current fund. But again, it's not coming from concessions at the beach. It's not coming from beach badges. It's not coming from parking meters. I just wanted that to be clear.
sure, but historically, it sounds like you did classify it more as part of beach utilities.
It's in the beach utility. Today it is.
Correct, so technically, it belongs to beach utility.
Today-
You wouldn't consider that it's part of general funding, correct?
Today it's not.
Today, it's not,
If we
but,
pass this, it would be.
and I apologize for cutting you
That's
off.
okay.
But what you're looking to do is you're looking to change what has historically been a beach utility item, right? This was built. These lockers have been built. They've been maintained for years historically as a beach utility item. And now what you're looking to do is you're converting it into a general funding item. Do you see what you're doing here? Is you can't misappropriate essentially beach utility assets into a general fund asset. That's essentially what Belmar did, okay? They got in trouble because they charged for beach parking,
Parking
right?
is different.
Because it's part of the beach utility fund.
We're not.
And they tried to use that funding to pay litigation costs that were incurred as a result of their town's issues that were unrelated to the beach. So essentially, you are a trustee of these lands. You have a duty of care to the general common public. Everyone in the state of New Jersey who owns and has a stake and a right that extends to the 1800s back to England. We all have a common right to enjoy these lands, and you cannot use this like an enterprise, a business, to generate funding and benefit for your taxpayers only. That is the issue, and I really suggest that you look into it, you review it, because these are substantive rights that you are taking away. And under the Civil Rights Act, we have a right and a stake on those claims. It's a complete violation of the public trust doctrine. My second comment is, I understand the frustration of the Bradley Beach, the Bradley residents. And the only thing I add to this is that, you know, the way that these wait lists are administered, I don't understand them. There's no transparency. And quite frankly, it doesn't make sense to me. There's a separate waiting list for each individual area on the beach. You have to specify which entrance you want a locker at, and you can't put your name on every wait list. You have to only put your name once on one single wait list. So if you're in a very popular area, obviously, and with a lot of full-time residents who, you know, it sounds like generations of people holding on to these, then of course, you're gonna be on the list for a long time, much longer than, to be honest, probably the one that I had to wait 3 years for, which is on the border of Ocean Grove. Like, I guess no residents wanna be on that list. So that's something that you have to consider and your residents have to consider. Maybe change the way that it's run. And it sounds like there's no transparency. Why isn't there a list for everyone to see where they are at on the list and how long it'll take them to get a locker? So thank you very much. I do appreciate, you know, your discussions here, and I understand I believe this is volunteer. So I appreciate your time and everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone dressed up a list.
There's so much to address, but just really quick, before some others join in. I do take issue with your word misappropriation. It's fine that that's your opinion. I would not sit here in front of you all tonight and in front of all your colleagues who were here and many of whom have left without having exhausted conversations with our legal attorney and with our CFO to make sure that everything we're discussing tonight is legal. So to use the word misappropriation, it just, I think, is inappropriate. You said generations of residents. Well, that I've heard others say, and just to clear the record, there is no passing down of this beach locker renter leasing status to the next generation. If your child, your dependents want a beach locker and you've got one already, you cannot hand that to them. They have to apply and get on their own waiting list. And then finally, you said no transparency. And in fact, we use Community Pass. It's a website that you can go to and you can see exactly where you're positioned on your waiting list for your beach. So just to clarify, in case anyone else had concerns, I wanted to address those comments. Thank you. Brigitte, please join us.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brinley Ave. I just wanted to say, years that we've been coming to this meeting, residents have gotten up and asked about these waiting lists. And we've been told, mayor after mayor after mayor, council after council after council, attorney after attorney after attorney, that it couldn't be done. And we finally have such a perfect example of a resident who put in hours of research trying to figure out how come Bradley Beach can't and all these other towns can. And a resident put in tons of work, stood up here time and time again trying to explain all the research that was done. And we have legislators that took all this time workshopping, discussing it, and actually finally figuring out how we can do it. Because the residents put in the work to figure it out. That is government 101. And it's so nice and refreshing to see when it happens. When residents put in the work, talk to their legislators, and the legislators then follow through and put forth the work as well. And are extra transparent. I'm sorry to say, I don't want to rebuttal anybody, but the transparency, the lack of transparency issues we've had in the past compared to what's happening now is night and day. So I just have to commend, I have a hard time sitting up here, like listening to this type of conversation when it's been above and beyond. The emails, blasts, Bradley Beach, you guys could have passed this whole thing tonight without even alerting any Neptune City residents or out of town residents. So I need to make that part of transparency very clear because I appreciate it so much compared to what we've come from. I also want to say that I looked into this a lot too for the sake of litigation issues. And I don't know if I'm understanding incorrectly, but everything I keep reading states that yes, the beach utility, all those laws cover the necessities, parking being one of them, beach access being one of them. The lockers being a luxury doesn't fall under that. It doesn't, it's the reason why it can be separated into, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. But that's what I've been trying to understand is how the locker can be put into the general fund to make this residents first only. So if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's what I've come to understand is that the luxury, it doesn't become this requirement that is needed for the beach utility to law to have to cover that. So, thank you for putting residents first, and I do have friends on the other side of it, one of them's here, and it's breaking my heart, but to see residents being put first is just refreshing, so thank you.
Thank you. And yes, ma'am, in the back.
Hello, everybody. Carol Biederstadt, 4th Avenue, Neptune City. I'm not gonna make any legal argument. This is just coming from my heart. We're long-term residents and we've had our beach locker for a long time. And when I heard about this, I was very brokenhearted. I wrote to many of you. I just wanted to say, I live a few houses outside of the border of Bradley Beach. And I feel as much a part of this community. And I thank many of you who live in Bradley Beach and stood up for us today. Because some of the things I had read online, frankly, were very hurtful. Somebody had mentioned, kick them out. We are part of this community. We are not here only 3 months of the year. We are here 12 months of the year. And we are the ones who support all of your businesses. When I go to the beach, I do not take any parking spots because we go by foot or by bicycle. We walk to all of your restaurants. We do our banking here. We use the law office here. We use the gym, the hairstylist, the garage, the bakeries, the ice cream parlors, the gas stations. We are every bit as much a part of this community as the people who live here. And so I just wanted to ask you, please, to think about us, because if that does, if we lose our lockers, it's a major game. I don't even know if I'll be able to go to the beach anymore because it'll be that hurtful. So I just ask you, please, to consider us. And again, I thank those of you who spoke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nancy Costa, 619 Fifth Avenue. Mr. River, you mentioned the recycling center, that lot, and we were just there, and it's this huge empty space, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't that be a great place to put lockers?
That's why I suggested it.
Right, I'm just,
Right.
However, for the record, Mr. Weber hasn't talked to the head of our DPW.
That is
So-
but I'm saying that's.
But he said we can't transport lockers to that space. Because I mentioned this earlier, I don't know if you were here. It's oversized equipment, it's not allowed to be on the streets. Perhaps we could get permits. It also jumbles the lockers. It makes, makes them uneven or whatever, unbalanced. He told me before any of us were up here, the Borough of Bradley Beach tried that a number of years ago, put them in that space. And it wreaked havoc on the physical lockers. and we stopped doing it.
But we get them to that parking lot by the same heavy equipment, they can drive down Ocean Avenue.
What do you mean?
How did, we store them on Ocean Avenue in that parking lot,
So we drive them on the beach.
but then it has to come up on Ocean Avenue.
I guess they can do it for 10 feet, but
Okay.
it's legal because they're staying on the beach.
Okay.
Anyway, it's just so people know the facts and that we've researched this to the nth degree, but please continue. I think Lauren, you're next.
Would just ask you, and it's funny because the thing is, I wish when people moved into town, they received a pamphlet. Lauren Egbert for a four.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah. They just, oh, her again. I wish they issued a pamphlet on how government works. And also that people felt safe. Giving their opinion in the government space. Maybe what ordinances are being discussed could be sent out via email as opposed to just going to the website to look at them. I don't know, but I wonder, and I don't know how many more people would pay attention. But I wonder how many of our residents that are on that wait list would say, I want a locker that somebody's had for 6 years with the understanding that it renews and they paid an entrance fee that was even bigger. And I want them kicked off so I can get that locker. I'm not sure the percentage of our residents that would want to see that happen. You know, and I also noted that the people who have come to talk about the hardship of not having a locker tend to be a little bit on the older side, you know, with not feeling as comfortable. Like I see people walking down the sidewalks in Bradley Beach with wheels on the thing and they, you know, and taking a whole bunch of stuff to the beach. And somebody mentioned, well, my son does it now, he pushes it. I think that it deserves creative exploration to see if there's another way, if lockers can be apportioned, maybe there can be a preferential age difference in terms of where you go on that list. I don't know. I too would ask that, or maybe what you could do if you must pass the ordinance tonight, pass it with at least with a grandfather clause. And I think that also protects the town because it's not just the separation of the funds and what can be done on the beach that concerns me. It's the expectations that we're given when people bought into this. And I also have been around courthouses long enough to know that it's not just expensive when when somebody wins a case. And very often we settle for a great amount of money for cases that didn't have much merit from the very beginning. So, you know, I don't think we need that in order to, or anybody in town wants that in order to move up a whole lot faster on that list. So I just, again, ask you to put the brakes on to see if some adjustments can be made here.
Thank you. Yes.
I mean, I don't wanna get it. I just wanna come back and say Bradley Beach has been a mainstay for me personally. But listening to what a few of the council people have said, I think withdrawing it at this point, looking into more detail of it so that the residents and non-residents, I mean, I heard some wonderful things where possibility of other parkings, possibility of foldables, God knows what can be made today. So that there are options where those who have lockers and the 333 and probably another 50 more after that in the next year that are gonna want one, may possibly be able to all be happy at the same time. So I'm thinking if you withdraw now, especially when you said you're not putting it into effect until 2027, right? That's still correct?
Correct.
So it gives you a little bit more time. We get through this summer, we look at all different options as to where can you store. And yes, I don't know, I mean, can they be stored on the boardwalk? On the side next to the parking lot? I don't know, there's different areas. I also, I grew up on McCabe Avenue. My locker moved me to another beach, so I'm now on the end. Like I said before, my mother, she's basically born and raised as a 6-month resident, April 15th to October 15th, her entire life. She's now 83. This past summer, I love the paths on the beach. One of them had some wrinkles in it. Her flip flop got caught. She's carrying her lunch bag, face planted. Okay, had to get a new bridge, had to get some things going on and everything else. She's still going to doctor's for it. Everybody was saying sue Bradley Beach. My mother, myself, my family, I will not put Bradley Beach through that. Because it's from our heart. So for us to feel like that, we're now getting kicked out. If that comes about, I think just withdraw it now, look into it in every details and options and share with us. We've asked for this area as a storage. We've done this, we've done that, I heard the Collins is always empty and that's sad because it'd be busy now. So, just reconsider. There's more details to look into. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Other comments in the room? Okay, we've got a number of them. We'll start with you, or next with you, Don. Thanks.
Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, first of all, what she just said, what Eileen just said, and what Mr. Weber said. Take the time to explore this a little further. It's not even Thanksgiving, all right? Lockers don't start until Memorial Day, right? Or April, thank you, applications don't start till April. Look into it a little more. If you guys don't have the time, get a volunteer committee. I volunteered. Okay, I would be happy to help look into it. But if you pass it now, you're gonna piss off so many people. I mean, even if it gets repealed at some point, you're still gonna piss off so many people. And just one point, and a lot of fellow residents won't like what I'm about to say, but residents don't own the beach. Beach is held in trust for everybody. Okay, and those lockers are on the beach. Okay, so it's not about that the residents should have first priority for what's on the beach. Residents don't own the beach. But I get the frustration. I waited 4 years for a locker. Okay, I'm on the north end, so I didn't have to wait 7 or 8 years because it's not as popular. But I really implore you guys, just hold off, table it, do some more research, get some volunteers to help you do it. And I think it'll make a better decision. And other than that, I would say I'm glad I'm not sitting up there having to make this decision, because it's a tough one. And I know your intent is good, but if you pass this, the result will be disenfranchising people. And I know that's not the intent, because I know you people, you're all good people. But if you pass it tonight, you will disenfranchise 200 people. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, here.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. If you do want to do a committee, I would volunteer to be on it. Mr. Greenberg and I work very well together.
That's right.
You're gonna be, if you don't pass this tonight, you're disenfranchising Bradley Beach residents. I mean, these people came out here tonight in this big crowd, and they were reticent to come here first. Just took the first guy, give him a lot of credit. And they said what people have been saying in these meetings for years. Why can't I get a locker? So let's not forget that. I'm a little puzzled about how this works, because I have a best kept secret for 4th of July weekend. I actually go to Memorial Park in Neptune City because it's not as crowded as Bradley Beach. And I go supboarding and kayaking. But I got tired of dragging the kayak out there. So they built the kayak stack thing. And I called up and I said, hey, can I get one of those? They'd be like, oh no, it's Neptune City residents only. I'm like, so I gotta look into that, Mr. Greenberg. Anyway, the problem Bradley Beach is burdened by what has been. because Bradley Beach does it the wrong way when they begin. So this reminds me a lot of the meeting where everyone was crazy about the benches that were lost in Hurricane Sandy. I had a memorial bench for 25 years. My Aunt Sally's name was on it. I needed to be put back. Well, they paid $500 back then, and now the bench is at $1,500. It's no written document, nothing. It was a horrible meeting. So the parking, horrible foundational documents. That's why we are where we are now. So I admire you for taking this on, because I've been in here when the residents have said, hey, when am I gonna get a lot? So you're not in a difficult position. It's really about the residents of Bradley Beach. In terms of the law, sometimes new law needs to get made. There's lawsuits about the beach all the time. You know what? Let us be the one, because I don't understand how Asbury Park does it. I don't understand how Spring Lake does it, but for some reason, Bradley Beach can't do it. So I don't really want to see 800 lockers on the beach. I mean, it's not that attractive as it is, but it functions. But again, it was never set up properly, and I appreciate you trying to repair the parking and repair the lockers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
So, Ann Ford, thank you, 840 4th Avenue in City. And again, thank you, you are all in a hard place. I understand that you're trying to right a wrong and put order to where order wasn't there, so that's always a place to go. I think out of everything that's in your ordinance, there is one thing that you could fix. And that would be item B3, where there's B3, that a person or a family owns multiple family homes and they have multiple family lockers. And so I go back to come to the next meeting that you have on this, if you have another meeting, and I encourage you to not pass tonight without getting numbers. And find out how many of those lockers are set to a single, one person owns 5, 6, 8 lockers on the beach because they've got investment properties and they got them as a courtesy to their investment. Even just making them, that way you're not, if you table this, but you only pass that one piece of the ordinance, you're still not disenfranchising the Bradley Beach residents, because nobody should be having 2 and 3 lockers and 4 lockers. So that way you're saying, hey, we're still doing some more investigation, but we know this one thing for a fact. You shouldn't own more than 1 locker in Bradley Beach, right? So you would be able to, do a little yin and yang there, but I encourage you. Oh, and Mr. Cannon, I brought my contract with me, so if you want to see the contract I brought with me. And it's kind of loosely worded. If I would say anything, get that figured out.
Well, I definitely didn't write it. So
That's okay, that's all right. I'm a legal consultant. So, but it's kind of loosey-goosey as far as to what happens with that money. The first year was $545 and every year after is $200. The next question that's gonna come back to somebody is they're gonna say, well, I just paid $600 last year and I'm not gonna have my locker. Are you refunding me the $400 differential? Cause the $200 would be the fee. Are you prepared to refund $400, whatever that number is, back to the people that you're gonna disengage with? So not anything anybody else has said. Come with your numbers. Know how many residents, non-residents, how many lockers, what we've got, what our prices are. You can't make informed decisions without data, and you don't have all the right data. Even when you're to your parking situation. Come with numbers. Numbers don't lie. That's how we make decisions in life. So I implore you not to say yes. I understand, the Bradley Beach residents wanting to be there. I'm here 12 months, and I'm hoping I'm here 12 months for a whole lot of more years. So, yeah, we want to help you. And I, as a Neptune City, I'm not involved in Neptune City government. I said I'm not doing this ever again, but I would help. If you do need research, I don't mind helping. As an external, I don't mind helping. I'm really good at research. I do it all day long. So table everything but P3. And then at least you will have made somebody happy to say, hey, we took care of that problem. And so you're making little steps. It goes back to the parking. Make little steps. Don't try to fix everything all at once, just say, okay, this year we're gonna say this. And with the full intention to say, next year, we're gonna do that, and then you're building on, where's the problem, what problem are we solving, instead of let's just try to solve everything all at once. Thank you again for your time, you're not in a happy place, I am sure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
When you had indicated that there is space on the beach to have about 150 more,
But 100 to 120.
100 to 120, and we currently have a waiting list of 333.
Yes.
So that, it doesn't solve the problem.
Correct.
Well, you can always put locker against the bulkhead too, then you.
Okay,
then you have
I'm sorry, Don, but no
Yeah.
comments from the others. Yes, sir.
Not, let's go first. No, it's okay.
I'll give him a shot, don't worry.
Chris Lenegro, 810 Fourth Avenue, Neptune City. I'm just asking that you do please table it. There are so many things that could be addressed, most notably, as he said, finding storage areas. It would be kind of, it's gonna cause ill will, it is. And again, none of us are gonna be spiteful to do anything wrong. But your words were best to piss people off. It is disenfranchising. It's a little bit insulting. I know you said you're here to represent the people of Bradley Beach. And I think a lot of us made it very clear, we do feel we are part of the Bradley Beach community. We really, really do. I bring my granddaughter to play in the playground, and it's great, and I appreciate it. The only difference there is that I don't pay tax dollars in Bradley Beach. So if it's a matter of dollars, then, I hate to bring it back, but, the taxpayers don't pay your tax dollars to own the beach. And I don't even like having this argument, because to me, it's not about money. It's really not. The solutions are, as you said, storage, possibly some other type of device. We see all these things like the outdoor storage units that we all have. All right, the hefty ones, whatever. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe there's something. Bottom line is, I think there's some solutions that could be researched and maybe find something good without making this move. It doesn't have to be done today. Lockers aren't done until the spring. This is something that wasn't going to go into effect until 2027. I'm just really asking that before it really starts an uproar. And people say their feelings are hurt, but you do get disenfranchised and bothered and spiteful. You don't want people not to have that feeling of being a part of this community. As I've said, I'm not alone. We take care of things. We take care of this town like our own. Right, our own town, Neptune City, or wherever we're from. We don't want that. I don't want to see a change. I want to feel us first them. So I just really ask you please to at least wait until we've researched all the different options to do before we do this.
I just want to point out the storage element.
Yes.
Right, if we do secure storage elsewhere for additional lockers, we only have enough space on the beachfront for 120, so that only takes care of a third of what's currently on the waiting list. So it doesn't exactly solve the problem by finding some more storage and just adding 120.
That's one of them. Other type, and if there's other types of storage, maybe that might be that we could fit some more. Someone just said against the bulkhead. I was thinking the same thing. We're along the dunes. Why can't there's a lot of room up against the bulkhead today. I'm not sure why that. Maybe we could check also there with the DPW. Why can't they be facing each other? Dunes facing back, bulkhead forward. I'm not, that's how they actually do it in Asbury, right? And in Belmar. So it's obviously not a federal thing that you can't put them against the bulkhead. And again, truthfully, I wish we could do a lot more like that to make a lot more money. That would be wonderful if more revenue could come in. That'd be amazing. It really would. Not offering to pay more, but more revenue would be great. Again, I just implore you to just research more options before we make a decision. I'd appreciate it. And I do appreciate you considering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul.
Paul Champion, 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. I am a Bradley Beach resident. I have a Bradley Beach locker, and I think it's a very bad idea to exclude non-residents. I've had a locker actually from day one, which brings up some interesting issues. Of course, the contracts were quite different back on day one. Matter of fact, there were no lockers. So of course, when we paid a fee to have them built, they were built with the money that we paid for that. Matter of fact, we were led to believe that basically that, we actually own that box then. And in fact, the borough put our names on the box, not a number. There was a number, but also nameplates. And that lasted for 1 year when they realized that was problematic. You've inherited something that's been problematic from the beginning. It was set up badly, financially, legally, everything from the beginning, and you're trying to correct it too fast right now. And I go along with John, I think that you really have to explore a little bit more other solutions and not rush into this. I think you're gonna piss off a lot of people, including me, who has a locker. Because I don't think this is the proper solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Genesee Meadow Ocean Park condominiums. I really didn't expect to speak to either of these issues this evening. And we all know my motto has always been a bad locker is better than no locker. But these lockers have been a problem since probably the second year that Mr. Siri built them. And I've had one since the first year. I think I got locker number 4. So much of this, well, first of all, no matter how you vote, I implore you to grandfather anyone who does not live here that has a locker, not just for 1 year. That's just bad if you don't, it's mean, it's nasty. As to who then would get the next ones, that's a whole other debate as far as I'm concerned. But this also goes to a bigger issue, and Mr. Cohen brought up the benches during Sandy. That's to do with how this borough keeps records. And it's not just a matter of, gee, it's on an Excel sheet, because then we lose the Excel sheets if people did it wrong. I don't know, I'm a big notebook person, it's probably because I'm a teacher. I still use a spiral book. I don't understand how we never have records of anything. How many times were we told we'd have records of the benches? We don't. How many times were we told we'll maintain lists on the lockers? I don't know, I don't touch Community Pass. But while you're working through all of this, and I understand what that, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, I remember that Eileen. Ann.
You're in the right culture.
That.
You're in the right culture.
Vowel at least. You gotta look at the little stuff and see what little steps you can take to improve things, because again, we make the same mistakes over and over again. So I implore you, no matter what you decide, and I don't care that you have no records, because I'm pretty sure I can find my checks, because I keep everything for my original locker. Do what's right. And make improvements as you go along. It's so important on every level of the way this borough functions. I wish Mr. Doherty were here. I know he will be playing this. But I don't envy it, but you gotta straighten things out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in the back.
Lisa Sajani, 411 North. I do have a beach locker. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, I'm sharing, somebody wants to put their chair in my locker, had it for over 30 years. I'm also on the wait list to move for about 8 years. Move it closer to where I live, which no big deal, I am where I am, I have one, but I can move. Point is, if there's 300 people on the wait list, you're talking residents versus non-residents, how many are residents versus non-residents? Because now if you give up all those non-residents, to kick them out, and you only have 30 people for the town that wants a locker, now what do you do with the 120 that are empty? Go back and try to find those people and say, hey, we got lockers, so that's an issue. The other issue, which I feel is, this town is quaint, I love to frequent the restaurants, but if you're a resident here full-time, how many times do you go out to eat? You think more of, my family's here, I'm cooking, whatever, you do go out to eat, but
You look at our restaurants, a lot of them are the out of towners that are coming here to our restaurants. They patronize our stores. We don't even have a shop right here. You gotta go to Neptune to go here. You go to other towns to patronize their places to get food. Outsiders come here. So to disinherit them from something that they've been in, some of people 40 years, 15 years, it's not right. It's not right. So if there was some other way, you know, and sometimes people get spoiled nowadays. Oh God, I gotta have a trophy. I live here. I want this. Well, guess what? Just, it is what it is. Not, life isn't always fair, but if, you know, you could have a car for 50 years, and someone take your car away. Why? It's, you know, I know it's a weird thing, but I just said it's just not right to do it to people who've been supporting this town 50+ years, 40 years. It's not the right thing to do. And like I said, if anybody wants to put a chair in my locker, I have room.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes.
So, Linda W 312 Brindley, I'm not sure what this young lady's name was, but she actually, now I know another person who has a locker, doesn't use a locker, but pays for the locker because they go to another beach. Does that make sense? That me? Say that.
It's just not on the beach.
Right, so I only know one person who has a locker on one street but lives on another, had been put on a list for another, but she keeps an empty locker. You should say that. No, there's someone else. Okay, so I applaud you for going through this. This is the biggest headache I'm sure you're gonna have. Besides handicap.
At least tonight.
There'll be more.
I know, I'm sure there's gonna be more, but it's a very difficult decision to make. Fortunately, a lot of people who spoke negatively about combining residents with non-residents have lockers. I have a locker. I think it's very important to keep the residents happy too. They do. I mean, I don't lose my parking space because I can walk or ride my bicycle, but I have to bring my husband to the beach. So I have to park my car at between 5 and 6 in the morning on any given day and take the handicapped spot. So another neighbor can drive my husband up there, so I can get the stuff out of the locker to bring him to the beach. If not, I make him wait outside and he can't stand up that long. So it's hard for people that are handicapped, and I'm not looking for that specialty, anything. I just want to ask this is totally off topic. Can you paint those handicap blue? That yellow is so awful. It really is.
You're talking about the pickup and drop off spaces.
No, I'm talking about the lines on people's handicap spots as well.
Okay, so Linda, we're
Blue
talking,
is so pretty.
right, but we're talking about.
I know, but I just wanted to bring that up, so I'll forget later.
Okay.
Thank
You
you.
said it was off topic.
It was off topic. I'm almost afraid to ask it. Who else has a comment or question?
One on Zoom.
Yeah, one thing.
Okay, but we're done in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, on Zoom.
Christina Cruz.
Christine, is it?
Christine.
Yes, Christine. Hi again. I echo what people have said before me. There may be a 300-person wait list, but how many of them are residents? Do you have that number? Perhaps if we, so how many are residents?
Well, that's the thing. People keep saying, and it's bothering me a little, that we don't have data. We have to make database decisions. We have a lot of data.
Okay,
We don't.
can you share
don't-
that?
Yeah, and I said this earlier, I will repeat myself, that the data is only as good as what we've collected, because we have waiting lists that are, people have been on these waiting lists 5 and 7 years. We got their address when they signed up for the list. We don't track them every year. We had no reason to track them every year, because up until this recent time frame, everyone was just on the waiting list. We were not differentiating. So if we were to change our ordinances, we would have to track them. Right now, what I'm told is out of 300, the total amount is 100% accurate, 333 waiting list. What I'm told is roughly 120 to 150, roughly, because people change addresses and we don't know.
Okay, and then to the point, this is all coming up because you cannot find a location to store the lockers. We talked about that the beach can fit 150 more. There are currently approximately 150 residents on the wait list. If you do charge a little bit extra to non-residents, which I believe everyone has expressed that they are willing to pay, then you can look for land to store the additional lockers. What is happening tonight is going to impact Bradley Beach for years. I mentioned my family, but I hear other families from Neptune City, people who would die to live in Bradley Beach, but we cannot afford it. So we settle for Neptune City. This is gentrification. You are making a mistake if you move forward with this and keep it to residents only. Because when I do save that money for the down payment for my house, or I sell the house I'm in right now, and I do move to Bradley Beach as a full-time resident, are you going to give me my locker back then? This is a very black and white amendment for a very colorful issue. I really urge you all to table it, consider what we've said, mix our opinions in with the data that you have, share the data so we could be more informed as well. So we don't waste your time because we don't know the numbers. But I ask you to do what you did with the parking spaces, which is table it, consider how non-residents get impacted by the parking situation, and apply that decision that you made earlier this evening to the lockers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Another comment?
Yeah, I had it too.
All right, Julie Nutitis is 605 Newark Avenue. First, I want to be very transparent. I don't have a locker and I don't want a locker, okay? So, number one, this is not life and death. Number two is, how long have you all spent time on researching this? Because all I'm hearing is everyone saying you're not prepared, you're not doing this. How long has this been going on? So just to educate the public.
Months, and me personally, I've been more involved than the council, but I've shared results with the council.
So,
But we've done a lot of stuff.
thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. So for people just to say you're not prepared, you didn't do your homework, that's just not appropriate to say. Number two, for people just to say, just go find land, that costs taxpayers money. That's 6 months out of the year that we would have to rent property to store these lockers. And you've already have indicated, I mean, and if anybody has seen, you know, these are just boxes that are put together. These are not, you know, storage units you're gonna find in, you know, Publix or whatever. And you have big equipment that's picking them up. These things get damaged, you know, and they're out in the elements. So, I mean, people gotta be realistic. I mean, these are not, you know, like space capsules that are gonna last forever. So, but I don't think people are realizing the time and effort that has gone into this. The fact of the matter, there's a cost for us to rent property just to store these lockers. I live on the 600 block. Guess what? I drop people off or I walk it. I'd like to get my steps and I have a little beach buggy that I haul my stuff in. So I know I'm not the norm and I understand people love it. But, you know, and also I'm a tax-paying resident and you know what? It is refreshing to hear that you're putting residents first. And you know what? Yes, we all share the beach, but you know, Bradley Beach residents have to come first from time to time. And yes, everybody's welcome. We are a welcome community. I feel that we are a kind community too. But you know, like sometimes you got to draw the line, and that's what someone said. So that's all you're going to hear from me. I thank you for the time and effort, and we have to do what's best for Bradley Beach first. Thank you.
You have one more on Zoom.
Thank you.
I've had to.
Whose ever iPad on Zoom. Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Stasiak and I live on Cheyenne Street in Tinton Falls. I guess I'm a little farther out than everybody else who's been in Neptune or Neptune City, but my husband and I, we actually just recently got a locker this past summer on Lorraine. We've been on the waiting list probably for 8 years or so, so it was really nice to see that we did get the locker. I know a lot of the residents were saying that it is a hardship for them to move their car and drive their things up to the beach and they go back and lose their spot. Parking definitely is a premium, so I know that is an issue. I mean, the same thing for us, even prior to having a locker. I can tell you how many times we've definitely walked, 6 or 7 blocks, lugging all of our stuff. And now we have a toddler, so having the locker has definitely been helpful for us. But we are definitely those people that you'll see going down the street with, the beach buggy. I get it. They want a locker for convenience so they don't have to lug their stuff. But again, if you live in a beach town, majority of people who live in a beach town, the draw is you can just take your stuff and you can walk and go down the street with your things and not have to worry about driving or move your car. Obviously, if you have a handicap or there's a necessity for that, yes, I can understand that frustration there. But I would be very upset and, again, disheartened if you guys did take it away from outside residents. We've been coming there 20 years plus, same thing like other people. We buy the beach badges in the summer, not for us, but for friends and family. And in the summer, it's like, we only live 15 minutes away. So we're there from prior to Memorial Day weekend through, the last warm days in October, during the week, on the weekends, and just as much as the locals are. So it would be amazing if you guys could either table it or still consider, grandfathering people in who are not residents of Bradley Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or, I'm sorry,
Sorry, no.
tell me something.
No, we're good.
Am I missing something? Okay, any other, is that a?
No, she already spoke, so.
Okay, so with that, I will make a motion to close the public.
Second,
Do that hearing. Close the public hearing.
thank you. Second. Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes. Okay, any comments or questions that the council wants to consider or share before we vote?
Sounds good.
So I don't know whether I should say this now or say this when we go through a vote.
You say no, you
Say
might
it now,
influence
right?
us one way or the other.
As I had mentioned before, I'm here to serve the residents of Bradley Beach, and I understand, the plight of many of you who have their lockers, who are out of towners, whether it's Neptune City or wherever else. I also feel I recognize that there is a time frame that we can work with because we are planning this for 2027 and would be open to really doing a deep dive into our lists and understanding. This would require a lot of research to understand where the people are who are currently on the list, and then do a whole verification process of the people who are current lessees. Because we have the time to do that, and I would give that time and consider that. Because I don't think we have to rush into it necessarily. However, what it boils down to for me is serving the Bradley Beach residents. And we are, and again, I just want to say we are a very open and welcoming community. The beach is open to everyone. So if you have a locker, you don't have a locker, we're not closing the door to anybody. We're just trying to better serve our residents when there's an opportunity to do so. So with that, I'm kind of on the fence about my vote. And I was very prepared to vote in favor of this. But I think that if we do the due diligence of really understanding the hard numbers that we have, and what the needs are, so we can prioritize our residents. If there's a need to, if we find that we have 150 residents on this waiting list and the ability to build some more lockers and are able to store the lockers I would be in favor of that.
So,
Of doing that, and I would also, we would have to kind of square the finances of it. And it would also be in favor of the residents in terms of differentiating costs. If there are extra costs, if we had to build the lockers and then also store them. So I'm kind of wavering because I do understand the importance of so many people who value Bradley Beach. I do prioritize our residents because that's my role as a legislator. But I would put this off and do a deeper dive, have a better understanding of what we don't know in the lists.
okay, and again, it'd be better if we didn't necessarily suggest which way we're voting, guys, but rather make comments. I'll make a couple quick comments, but one is there's so many moving parts here. I guess it's probably hard for those of you who have come, especially to a council meeting at Bradley Beach for the first time, to understand what I'm about to say, but we're really not heartless people up here. We really care not only about our residents, we care very much about our broader community. We understand people who have lived here for years, families who have lived here. I speak for myself, but I think I can speak for the council, that we are just very compassionate people and we are always gonna try to do what's right. One of the challenges I've had is a lot of you, and understandably, you've come here to, to speak up for yourselves. But a lot of you have made really compelling arguments that what we're doing is not legal. Honestly, that falls on deaf ears to me because my attorney is telling me it is legal. So if a lawsuit comes, obviously we hope it doesn't, but we've been educated to believe. And if we didn't believe this, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But we've been told that the public trust doctrine, despite what many of you have said, does not apply to loggers. And this young woman near the front, you mentioned, and I appreciate that you've done some homework. You mentioned, and I personally have said in prior meetings over the last 5 years, I've said I believed it did, public trust doctrine did apply. So I'll be the first one to say, you can find video of me saying that, and I stood fast and defended everyone's equal access to the beach, only to learn over the past few months with many of our own residents, raising concerns, that in fact I was mistaken, at least according to our very learned council. That
Mayor, I also want to point out, there's 5 other towns within 10 miles that do it. This isn't my individual legal opinion. There's 5 other borough attorneys.
No,
including Barry Cook in Avon, who's been there for 40 years and fought multiple different public trust doctrine lawsuits on behalf of Avon.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that out as well. It wasn't just, I also consulted with them as well.
Yeah.
So
I've talked to other mayors in other towns. The bottom line is, I just want everyone to understand when I'm voting, it's not gonna be about legal arguments, because as far as I understand it, this is something that is legally, appropriate for us to decide one way or the other which way we want to do it. But we're not, in our minds, none of us believe if we vote to change, that we're violating a law, public trust doctrine. Others have talked about, well, you can make more money or you might lose money, or, whether it be our merchants or whether it be loss of beach badge revenue. Honestly, I can't be persuaded by these arguments, just because ultimately I've got to do what I think I got to vote for what I think is the right thing for Bradley Beach. We recognize, people have pointed out, well, you might not get enough lockers to fill the void and we might lose money. Understand it completely. Might lose beach badge revenues, people who have purchased badges forever. I don't want to sound heartless. I want to say, I embrace all of the folks from municipalities outside of Bradley, because you are part of our broader community. But at the end of the day, it's not going to come down to that notion of community, because I guess there's this one other thing, and Shauna, you just alluded to it, and you've folks have probably noticed that I'm already a little sensitive to the fact that we keep saying we need to look at more data. I disagree with you, just, respectfully disagree. You were saying drill down more data. We've drilled down. I think personally, and everyone's got to vote their own mind, but I think personally, we know enough that it doesn't matter what percentage of people we have with lockers and what percentage of people we have on the waiting list, resident, non-resident. It doesn't matter. All that's gonna tell us is how many dollars we win or we lose here in making this move. I think we all have to just vote for what we think is right, whatever right means. To me, I'm leaning right is our residents. But I want to say a really important thing to folks. I am not at liberty to share with you all the conversations I'm having trying to locate property. I said in the very beginning of this meeting, it's all about the storage. Everything else is secondary, because if we could create the lockers, and Shauna, you mentioned we can build another 120 lockers, we can, but we can't store them yet. So right now, if we grandfather everybody long-term, multiple years until they no longer want to go to the beach, we're not, to me, that's not a solution, because it's not addressing the storage issue, and it's not addressing the waiting list issue. So what I wanted to say to everybody is, I think the grandfathering of 1 year, we haven't discussed this, but I want to say it before we all consider voting. There was discussion about eliminating the lockers immediately with this current beach season. And we went back and forth, and not everyone on this council was in agreement, but we got to an agreement that we would grandfather 1 year. And now that doesn't move the waiting list at all, but what it does is it gives us all, and me in particular, more time. I'm talking to other, I don't want to say individuals, but I'm talking to other entities that might be able to provide us space at a reasonable cost, and maybe we can solve this, maybe we can't. No commitment to anyone, but I just want people to understand, we have data, we're doing research, we continue to do research. As recently as this morning, I had a call about potential property. In my opinion, we still have to make a decision, and grandfathering, as you said, buys us all basically a year. And hopefully if we find solutions that work for everybody, including that property owner out there somewhere, if we were to vote yes to introduce this, I understand the alienation, I understand the people being pissed. Don, I think was your word, pissed. I understand it. And Paul said, a few others. I'm just speaking for myself. I understand that. I feel horrible to the extent I'm gonna vote the way I'm gonna vote, as you can all tell. But that doesn't mean we're stopping to look for solutions. So I want to make sure I'm as clear as I can be on that.
Ms. Mayor.
That's good.
Others. Oh, John, go ahead. Sorry.
Ms. Mayor. So, people should know that I worked on beach access for a good part of my career, and beach access, the kind that is governed by the public trust doctrine, it's generally open, in 90% of the towns. There's just there's a handful of towns in New Jersey that really go out of their way to try to restrict beach access. And I will say that those are not nice towns. Okay, they may be like aesthetically nice, but they're not nice in spirit. They're not nice in demeanor. And I do not want Bradley Beach to join the ranks of those towns. And we will become one of those towns if this passes. And again, I'm really concerned that this passes and then we somehow solve the winter storage, and we're still gonna have this thing on the books. And I just don't think we're ever gonna go back and we're gonna be one of those towns. The attorney said earlier, when we were talking about amenities, like bathrooms and parking that have been determined that are actually part of beach access. Greg, you use the words, should the courts extend this to lockers? Well, courts don't just extend things to lockers. They're not gonna read the newspaper next week and say, hey, we should extend this to lockers. It's because of lawsuits. This happens because somebody sues and somebody wins. That's how this happens. And I'm concerned that there's 200 people out there and they're not gonna have something to spend $150 on next year. And that's $30,000. I think I can think of some attorneys that would take that up for $30,000. Like, I think this is I know you say the chances are slim. I know some lawyers will take a chance on that. And then we'll be in the headlines again for all the wrong reasons. So, since my council colleague here is kind of on the fence and has expressed that, I'm wondering if anybody else on this council maybe would consider tabling this, and then we would know what we're gonna do tonight. So if that's on your mind, maybe say so, and we can make a motion and do that. This what it sounds like.
Well,
we're
I'm
gonna have that.
following the mayor's lead. We do have a year to really figure this out a little bit further. A lot of things we didn't talk about is the aesthetics. You're adding more lockers on nature. It's nature's beach. It's the birds. It's the grasses. Everything belongs there except for the lockers. Why are we gonna put more things on nature? How about this? We are a nice town. I share my locker with someone from Neptune City. Why don't we do a locker sharing program? If you put that on Facebook, hey, I got kicked out, can you share a locker with me? You know how many people say, absolutely. Put your stuff in my locker. Let's share. I don't wanna have more ugly on nature. We have enough of it already. We don't need more lockers. We need more forward thinking. You know, share your locker with somebody and stop building things. I mean, to me, I have a locker, but if it went away, I wouldn't care, because maybe there'll be a bird's nest there next year. And that'd be good. It's okay. I don't have to have a locker. So, I mean, we're making something, a molehill out of a little dune. This is just crazy at this point. Share your locker. Let's just move on with this. Thank you.
Molehill out of the dune.
Yes, I did a little beach humor. Yes, you're welcome.
Councilman, you
I think there's plenty of discussion already and by everybody, and I think there is some time to try to solve it. But on the other hand, I also still lean towards, you know, the case of, how do we serve the residents? And,
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, I will make a motion that we vote to adopt ordinance 2025-38.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
For the moment, I'm gonna say no, because I'd like to give this a little more time.
Mr. Nowicki?
yes.
Mr. Weber?
No.
Mayor Gubatosi?
Yes, and I also want to give it more time. Okay. Next order of business is moving to our resolutions, item 8. Resolution 2025-336, rejecting all bids in connection with the 54 Ocean Avenue. Yeah, hey, folks. Could we please exit quietly, but thank you for coming. Okay, there, 20, yeah.
Really?
Can we please stop talking? Thank you. 2025-336, rejecting all bids in connection with the 54 Ocean Ave reutilization existing building. As I mentioned, our existing bond ordinance was not adequate to enable us to hire a contractor. So I make a motion that we reject, that we approve resolution 336 to reject the bids.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatosi?
Yes. 2025-338, granting permission for property located at 121 Main Street to maintain. Oh, okay, this, I'm gonna make a motion. We've learned more about this. It really needs to go before the land use board. So I'm gonna make a motion to withdraw.
Second,
338.
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatosi?
Yes,
Take the next one.
please.
Okay, the next one is ordinance 2025-339, authorizing the Borough of Bradley Beach Shade Tree Commission to submit a grant application with the New Jersey Forestry Service. I'm gonna make a motion that we withdraw this. They were going to apply for this. It was for the preparation and development of a plan, which they already have. So they can't apply for it after all, but they can apply for other grants, like the one that they did for $40,000, also for the one that they did for the inventory. So they're going to apply for different grants, but not this one, because they cannot apply for it because they do have this plan done already. So I'd like to make a motion that we withdraw ordinance 2025-339. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
2025-340, approving an official logo for the Borough of Bradley Beach to ensure consistency and uniformity. And Mr. Weber, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I had made a comment, I don't know if the resolution was changed or if it would be a friendly amendment. Yes, there was a, the resolution says there's a committee on unified branding and they came up with this logo. I think what we're adopting is slightly modified by, let's just say the governing body. I just don't want it to be down that we're adopting what they submitted to us. It's slightly modified, so if that can be.
So what do you want changed in the
Yeah,
resolution?
exactly.
Just, oh boy, I didn't have it in front of me, but I wondered if it was,
Did you share with Eric already, John?
not with Erica.
No, Greg is the one that
Right.
drafted the resolution, so.
This was, sorry, tell me the number again.
340.
Sorry.
340.
Alright, if we just would say, oh no, here we go.
He's has got it.
In the last whereas, you could say after significant work and thoughtful consideration, say, comma, and slight modification by the governing body, I think the rest of that is fine.
Wait, slight modification of the governing
By the
body?
governing body,
Okay,
meaning what we're adopting was slightly modified by the governing.
okay.
And I
Got
think
it.
that's fine. That's.
Anyone who hasn't seen it, the resolution's got a little picture.
Yeah, this is the first resolution, I think, that comes with a picture along, but yeah, just.
I just wanna say, really great work on this. We were definitely overdue for something like this. It's fresh, it's current, it looks really nice.
And it was a group effort.
It was. I know I was part of the group and it wasn't an easy decision.
Oh, yeah.
We had a lot of good ideas and I'm glad it's done. So thank you again for all your work.
Good, so am I making the motion or somebody else making the
Go
motion?
ahead.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance, resolution 2025-340, approving the official logo for the Borough of Bradley Beach.
Second.
Mr. Noble? I approve. Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes. Okay, the next three resolutions are basically all the same resolution. We are just officially authorizing the sale of three different borough properties that are about to close related to the demolition of the church that it used to be on Lorraine Avenue. So 2025-341, authorizing the sale of the borough-owned property located at 317 Lorraine. And I won't read the rest, but I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. Mr. Noble? Yes. Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes, make a motion to approve 2025-342, authorizing the sale of the borough-owned property located at 321 Lorraine.
Second. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes. 2025-343, I'll make a motion that we approve authorizing the sale of borough-owned property located at 606 Madison.
Second. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Nowicki?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Gubatose?
Yes. Before we adjourn, we don't have council comments. I'm gonna offer to those of you who remain on Zoom in here, a very happy and healthy holiday. Happy Thanksgiving. And thank you all for coming and bearing with us today. I know it's a long and somewhat intense meeting. Anyone else want to make a comment?
See you at the bonfire.
That's right. Okay, I will make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Right.
Yeah, it's been wrong.